But unfortunately, you're playing Magnus Carlsen, and he is a marathon man.
Whoa! Magnus Carlsen lost some time! Are you kidding me?
A big threat. This is getting crazy. Where is the checkmate coming in? Do you just...
There we go.
Oh,
What?
what a finish! That was sick from Alireza.
He's missed it!
Oh
He's
my
missed
gosh.
93!
Lights out. This is absolutely insane.
Oh,
Wow, Jose.
what a move!
And just before he reacts, he gets the dub.
Is massive threat.
Over.
There we go. Firouzja and Keymer wins Division 2.
Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again.
We see a checkmating pattern of it. And the youngsters have struck back.
Oh,
wait.
me!
Unbelievable Armageddon. Oh my god.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat.
Magnus has blundered.
It's completely winning for Firouzja now.
Wow, don't try this at home.
It comes down to this.
Whoa, Robert,
Oh.
the sacrifice.
What a comeback from the champ.
It's elimination day today, and 4 players are in danger zone. Amongst them, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza. Firouzja too will be knocked out. The stakes are high. Welcome everyone to the Chess.com Classic. I'm your host, International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, the one and only Grandmaster David Howell. David, it's gonna be a fun day today. Right off the bat, who survives elimination today?
Tanya, it's great to be back with you. I'm not sure which players will be back. It's a tough one to call. We have big underdogs against heavy favourites, youth versus experience on some boards. You've got to think that Jan Nepomniachtchi against Valimir Ivic, he's going to progress. Surely he'll kick himself if he doesn't. But a big clash, a really close one, tough to call, between Alexei Sarana and Alireza Firouzja.
Close matches all around. The tension is high as we go into our first day of elimination. And let's take a look at our bracket. We start with 8 players in our winners bracket. 4 have gone down to the losers round 1. Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer needed only 3 games to wrap up their match, while Denis Lazovic, Jan Nepomniachtchi had us on the edge of our seat and was the biggest upset of the day. Meanwhile, Alireza, Firouzja, Jan Shristov, Duda, it took an Armageddon, and what an Armageddon it was by Duda to advance through into the winners semi-finals. Magnus versus Denis and Vincent versus Duda. That's later today. We start with the losers round 1, the high-stake matches, the players on their final strike. Valimir Ivic will take on Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja against Alexei Sarana. David, what adjustments are you expecting from Jan and Alireza today going into this big match?
Those 2 players specifically, Tanya, the favourites, I would say they don't need to push so hard. Yesterday they went all in. It was chaotic stuff, and ultimately it was high risk and high reward, and it was actually the risk factor that backfired. So for Nepomniachtchi especially, I think he doesn't need to go so hard. Maybe play a bit more solid. And it is a 2-game match now in the elimination bracket, unlike yesterday's 4 games. So it's all about who starts fast. You've got to start fast. You've got to start strong.
And you got to start precise, because with 2 games, there is such little margin for error. This is the knockout stage of the Chess.com Classic. And the verdict is in. More chess is good for you, as we've got 3 players playing in the Grand Chester who did advance through to the winners semifinals, but the day belonged to world number 282, who took down the world number 4, defying all odds. It was Denis Lazovic victorious. Today, we kick off Division Play of the Chess.com Classic.
Now the black pawns can start running. You're right, it's that kind of Magnus magic, the endgame wizardry. Magnus even kind of shrugs his shoulders and says, okay, I know I'm winning. Yeah, he looks so nervous, at least he did for a second, Denis Lazovic, but he calmed himself down and he knows that he's so close now. The white e-pawn, stepping forward. Why is this last move a mistake? Wow, black leaves the bishop hanging and, Jan blunders.
And you pick it up with a check. You pick up the knight with a check. And this is over.
Here, Vincent's still surely a big favourite, but Alexei's surviving for now. If he can keep the queens on, as you say, a big if. No guarantee. And okay, and there we see the bar goes straight to the centre, Tanya. He's walked into the textbook draw. And then he's blundered. The queens are off.
Alexis Serrano is so angry with himself right now that he allowed that.
Double exclamation point. Duda leans back. He's blundered. He has missed this knight jump. The whole idea is to open up the white king. Pawn takes knight. The black queen moves with a check. And then the white queen drops. Duda's blundered his queen in one move. Now, Firouzja with 1 minute left on the clock. No increment. I don't think you survive this. Probably don't survive with 1 hour on your clock. That's how bad it is for black right now. White can do anything. I mean, there's many viable strategies here. Maybe he'll even just grab another pawn, grab a third pawn. There we go. Bishop takes d6. Wow,
Whoa.
checkmate. The end. Firouzja blunders, but it was over anyway. Duda takes the win.
It was a day of brilliancies and blunders, and these 4 players are in danger territory facing elimination right now. David, to me, it feels as if Alireza versus Serrano is the more balanced matchup, a clear favorite in the Yan versus Ivic. And I first want us to talk a little bit about Serrano taking on Alireza. Now, on paper, we might think Alireza is a big favorite, but we also have seen Serrano prove himself time and time over again in online chess. He's a speed specialist. What does Serrano need to do today to get by?
Well, for Serrano, he just needs to do his thing. He's severely underrated both over the board and online. We see the rapid ratings there, but that doesn't tell half the story. He's actually ahead Serrano in the head-to-head in their personal history between him and Firouzja. So Serrano, who's the European champion at rapid time controls, at classical time controls, I actually think he's going to more than hold his own. It's more Firouzja who needs to come armed with strong opening preparation in order to hold the balance. Firouzja's maybe been the less consistent of these two in recent times. There we see him, Tanya. Serrano, the Piranha we call him. He has been so impressive in the last 2 years.
Super impressive play by Alexis Serrano, and he takes on Alireza. And I completely agree with you that the pressure is on Alireza to prove himself. His back against the wall. He's got to be the one to find his chances right now. A big favorite on paper, but Serrano can just be such an incredibly difficult opponent. He never shies away from the complicated positions, from going into those tactical skirmishes. So we are going to see, I think, a battle, David, which is going to be similar in style for these two players. Combative chess.
That's right. Combative chess, that's always the name of the game when Firouzja is involved. But Serrano, he's the European champion for a reason. So it's not going to be an easy one. And here we see Firouzja's path in the previous Champions Chess Tour tournament, the Chessable Masters, Tanya. How impressive was this? He came so close to winning the whole thing.
And he was down to the losers bracket after his very first day loss in Division 1 to Vladimir Fedoseev, 2 big fish, and then 5 wins in a row for Firouzja in the Chessable Masters. He took down Wesley So, Jose Martinez, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Denis Lazovic, and then went on to play the grand final, finding his way, his path through the losers bracket to fight against Magnus Carlsen. Took it in the first set and then went down in the grand final reset. And with that, Magnus is the first player who punched his ticket to the season end final. And for Firouzja, it's familiar territory, but the tension is on. One mistake and you're out of the Chess.com Classic.
Yeah, that's the nature of the game here. That's why we love this format. The players, they do get a second life, but that's it. Second bite of the cherry, and no mistakes allowed any further. And that brings us on to the other clash in the losers bracket, Tanya, where this time we can safely say there is definitely a favorite. It is David against Goliath. In this case, Goliath being Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I've got one David with me right here as well, so that's the good news for all of us. But I completely agree with you on this one, that we've got such a big gun of chess, Jan Nepomniachtchi, taking on a player that we might not be that familiar with. But what a run Velimir Ivic has had in the Chess.com Classic. He faces Jan Nepomniachtchi, the 2 times World Championship challenger, currently ranked world number 4. But David, I have to say, performance on day 1, it wasn't just the scoreline, but it just felt that Jan was completely out of form in his match yesterday.
Yeah, it seemed like Jan yesterday was maybe not his usual focused self, his usual confident self. He was taking risks, but they were backfiring. So everything was a bit off. But there we saw Jan looking very slick. And this is the format, Tanya, that we can look forward to in this match.
And it's a big, big switch up because we've got only 2 games in the losers bracket. Well, the players have got only 2 games, which means the player to go to 1.5 points wins the match. There is no margin for error with only 2 games to play, 10 minutes and a 2-second increment. We've come to love this format as a Champions Chess style where the players are not able to accumulate the time. So nerves come to play in this so much, David. And of course, the winners will advance through to in the losers bracket, but the players in our elimination bracket get eliminated if they lose today. They are out of the Chess.com Classic. Stakes are at an all-time high, and we might be treated to another Armageddon. Jan Krzysztof Duda showed us, had a masterclass yesterday on how to approach the Armageddon.
That's right. The players, I hope they were watching. They need to take inspiration from Duda's Armageddon yesterday. We've actually seen various Armageddons also in the play-in, and there's definitely a high chance, Tanya, of that occurring today at some point, whether in the losers bracket or in the winners a bit later on. So, yeah, a lot to look forward to. Which match are you most excited about in the losers bracket right now?
Both of them. And the reason for that is, I think for me, David, the elimination bracket, the stakes are so much higher. The players are on their last strike, on their final life. So we can expect them to really try to get in their absolute A form. And one player who needs to do it is Jan. He failed to impress us yesterday. His match against Denis, especially that game 1 that he had with the black pieces, it just felt that we need to see the Jan that we've grown to love, the Jan who is in form. It wasn't to be seen yesterday, and we're off. It's officially underway, and we've got the Sicilian Rossolimo on the board, David.
A Sicilian defense, Sicil for the kill, as they say, one of the most dynamic openings in chess. And the Rossolimo, Tanya, this one tends to be maybe a bit quieter. We actually saw Velimir Ivic yesterday with white against Magnus Carlsen have this opening. But today he's switched sides. Maybe he's taken inspiration from Magnus and he's willing to take on the black side of things here. So early days, it looks like Jan's very pensive right now, maybe trying to remember some opening theory. Are you surprised, Tanya? And either way, who do you think this is going to favor the opening?
And it was exactly the setup as well, right? With the white pieces advancing up with the A pawn, trying to gain space there. But I think Queen C1, this is the new move, the new plan here by Jan Nepomniachtchi that changes up the position from what we saw yesterday in Velimir Ivic versus Magnus Carlsen. Queen C1 on the board. It's going to be a slow strategic fight. David, white has a different plan. The bishop is already out on e3, so maybe you start targeting the double pawn, the c5 pawn. That can be a bit of a weakness. The knight from b1 has to decide, do you land on the b3 square or the c4 square? Meanwhile, is black hinting at a break already with f5?
Wow, quite possibly. And it's, as you say, Tanya, that's the perfect way to put it. You're hinting. You don't necessarily want to kind of burn your bridges, go so aggressive so early, but you want to force your opponent to think about these types of things, burn time on their clock. And Jan says, do your worst. Feel free to lash out with f5 if you want. Tactics will most likely work in white's favor right now because the white rook stands opposite the black queen if things open up. But for now, the center is closed and definitely want to keep an eye on. If not now, then anytime over the next 10, 15 moves, you could well see the f-pawn start to push forward and chaos to ensue. But right now, it's all about maneuvering still. The white knight posts up on the c4 square. I've got to say, I'm slightly biased towards white's position here. Just it feels really flexible. You have the slightly better pawn structure. But then again, black for now is solid enough. And I guess Ivic wants to put his knight into the center as quickly as possible. A nice post for it, kind of anchored in the middle of the board with if he gets 2 more moves in. So, okay, I'm going to say I slightly favor Jan's position. Tanya, you've played the Sicilian on occasion. What are your thoughts on Ivic? What's going through his mind?
I haven't faced the Rossolimo as much, but we've come to see these positions so much in high-level battle in the chess world, especially in the 2018 World Championship matches at the very, very top level. And these kind of structures, how they play out. It is about the double bishop pair for black, a slightly compromised pawn formation, but that pawn formation also gives us so much hold on these key central squares like the d4 point that you earlier pointed out, David. And we see rerouting. The knights are jumping around. The b1 knight has landed onto c4 and the d2 knight will go to b3, start targeting the other weakness that we highlighted on the c5 square. Another idea that I want to just point out, I don't know if it's going to ever happen, but I was talking about f5. We might see white go f4 at a certain point in this game.
Definitely, Tanya. Right now, it's kept under lock and key, this square, by the black pawn, the black knight. But if the black knight were to move, for example, now or in the near future, then white could certainly motor forward, change the nature of the position with pawn to f4. But for now, this is a maneuvering battle, really tense. Neither side has any threats. So I'm going to ask us to zoom out slightly and go to the bird's eye view, where the other game, the other match in the loser's bracket, it started as predicted, with fire on the board. It is crazy right now, Tanya. Look on the right side of our screens there. What's going on? There's pawn tension galore. What are you thinking over there on that board?
That one has exploded from the very start. It feels like some sort of a reverse Benoni where there's been a sacrifice by white, getting that B pawn over to B4. So really targeting the center. I think we have to do a deep dive. And before we jump into this position, David, maybe you can take us from the top, because it's not something we get to see every day.
Let's do just that. It's early days, move 7, but the players are already investing a significant amount of time, especially Serrana. He's just put his bishop on d7. But a quick overview. It was the Reti opening, white starting by bringing his knight out. Really flexible stuff. Firouzja was actually playing this line with b3 in the candidates tournament, so clearly fresh in his mind there. It's actually a reversed Nimzo Indian defense with colors reversed. Black normally brings a bishop out to b4, pinning a white knight. This time white does the same, but a mirror image. And after f6, wow, tension to the maximum. White pushes the b pawn again. This is actually a pawn sacrifice, trying to undermine the integrity of black's center here. Black says, nope, I'm not going to get greedy here. I'm not going to capture your pawn and drop my pawn in the center. Instead, he continues to build, gain space here, threatening to kick white's knight back with e4. White stops that, and bishop to d7. Current position, Tanya. First instinct, who's better and why?
I think one would need about an hour to answer that question. It might even be too soon to say if anyone's better or not. One thing's for sure, it is... It's a crazy position on the board. You're trying to think about the trades that are possible, the B pawn taking the C pawn, the E pawn taking the D4 pawn, or do you just go castle? Do you maybe capture the knight? There are so many possibilities for white here, so many different approaches, and Alireza has to figure all of that out in about 7.5 minutes on the clock. Instinctively, my feeling would be that maybe you grab on the C5 pawn. I don't want to give my B4 pawn anymore. You grab on C5 and you go shot castle.
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of sense. Wow, he actually parts with his bishop instead. And Tanya, I'm trying to do some quick counting in my mind. I'm a Nimzo Indian player. I think most of these top players are Nimzo Indian players. And this, as we mentioned, transposed with colors reversed. But I think it's actually a direct transposition, because white, starting first, should have an extra tempo, but earlier played pawn to b3 and then pawn to b4. And now pawn to b5. White's actually wasted a lot of time with his b pawn alone. So I think he's actually lost the extra time he has by starting with white, by starting first. And I think Serrana should be more than happy that he's got a very playable position, and that white has wasted all of those tempi. So I'm expecting the black bishop to come out to d6 now, the black knight to park out on e7, and the black king needs to get castled. That's the name of the game. Black's actually severely behind in development with all of these pieces. So, okay, knight e7 first. Ooh, I have a feeling, Tanya, this one's going to explode. Oh. It always does with Firouzja, right?
It always does. That's just the nature, the brand of his chess that he brings on. And I don't think Serrana is going to shy away from any of those complications either. David, I'm already looking at the lead in development that white has. And when you've got that and your opponent's king is in the center, you're looking at ways of opening up the files. And I'm thinking about just capturing the d4 pawn immediately. Well, he first sets it up by lining up the rook against the king. Also a really nice approach. It's, oh my goodness, king to f7. Because knight g6 was not possible.
That's right. Let's quickly show that. Let's jump in. I really liked your approach, Tanya. If we just go back a couple of moves, I think white maybe should have taken this pawn, and after a capture, now it would make sense to move the white knight out of the way. I'm not sure exactly where, for example, h4. Ideas of a queen check, ideas of undermining black's pawn chain. Black has my favorite pawn structure, connect 4, and you normally need to break down a strong chain like that one. So I preferred that approach. Rook e1 was based on the tactic, as you mentioned, if the knight moves, then pin and win. You win a pawn, and a very important one. Sorry, knight takes d4. And okay, maybe black has compensation, but you definitely don't want to see that pawn fall off. So king to f7, a real shock for Firouzja, maybe counterintuitive. Again, new players probably shouldn't try this one, but the king relatively safe for now, at least. on the f7 square. Not going to castle, but he's going to aim to get his bishop out, bring the rook out, and then castle artificially, as we say, eventually drop his king back to safety. Tanya, your spidey senses, are they tingling? Are the tactics against the black king?
Everything that you just mentioned for black to gain that harmony with the pieces, it just feels like it's going to take so much time. You still need so many moves for it to complete your development. Meanwhile, white can just bring the knight to a really nice post on that e4 square. I'm looking at potential checks on g5, even a sacrifice to bring in the attack on that king. I agree with you, David, that this feels like we might be in for another miniature. And Alireza, he loves these kind of positions. Knight d2, knight e4 feels like the plan that you really want to go for here. I would want to be white here any day of the year. Knight d2, I'm loving it.
Yeah, white's position does look attractive for now, but if black gets 2 or 3 more moves, I think black will be very, very happy. Black does have extra space due to the d4 pawn in the center, slightly clamping down on white's position. This pawn on d3 is going to be weak long term. So short term, white doing well. White needs to attack, but there is a bit of a kind of a time crunch here. It's very much white who needs to play energetically. And looking at the clocks, Firouzja, he's down now almost 2 minutes. Yeah, I agree with the feature chat from a bit earlier saying he's not quite been in the zone yesterday, at least. Firouzja was a bit up and down. He was maybe lucky to even get to the Armageddon against Duda. So yeah, for Alireza, it's definitely kind of urgent already, both on the board, on the clock. And Serrano, meanwhile, yeah, he's such a speed demon, Tanya. He's so good when his opponents are kind of creaking, cracking under pressure.
And you see black's position here. With the king on f7, you don't have a single piece out. But Alexei looks quite chill on camera. It doesn't look like he's too worried about the position because, on the other hand, with black, you've got these moves that you have to make, right? You need to take out the knight. You need to put the bishop in e7. But is it as easy as it really looks, David? Because after knight does land on e4, that idea with knight g5 or even a potential sacrifice on e5, depending on where black places that knight from e7, you have to start calculating all these lines very early on. But it's Alireza who's gone below the 5-minute mark. I think clocks are going to be a huge factor in this game.
Definitely, clocks will be vital. And one little tidbit here about Serrano, I actually played him over the board about 6 months ago, and I was 2 pawns up. I thought, wait, I'm winning. What's happening here? But he still looked cool. He still looked calm. Give 0 away. His poker face is phenomenal. So yeah, he managed to save that one. Spoiler alert, he's a resourceful player as well. But he will give nothing away on the camera. So Firouzja, I think we'll see if things go wrong for him. We'll see him react. He's really expressive. But Serrano, he's the new Iceman in a way. He's so calm in all positions, even with a king sitting like this on f7. But what do you think? Shall we zoom out, check in on the progress in the other game?
We'll do a quick check-in, but I think we will have to come back to this one because it does look like Serrano's king on that right side of our screen is in big danger. He did just make a move. So controlling any sacrifices on that g5 square, which would have paved the way for Alireza's queen to come into the attack. Meanwhile, David, you've got your eyes on the left side of the screen. Also a really exciting position. What on earth is going on here? Black's managed to get the knight to a4. To me, first instinct, Ivic, he looks good here.
He looks good. David versus Goliath, we coined this, but he's not shrinking in fear at all here, Ivic, against the favorite on paper, Nepomniachtchi. I love it. As you mentioned, knight on a4. Normally we say that knight's on the rim, a bit dim, but the black knight, clearly the most active of all the horses right now on the board. And the pawn could land on c3. It feels like white's pieces are the ones that are asleep and having to kind of cower in fear right now. Tanya, definitely feels like Ivic, he's outplaying Nepomniachtchi right now.
It really does, right? And I completely understand the sentiment behind calling those c1, d2 knight horses because all the squares have been taken away from them. Where are they finding their activity? You want to place one of your knights on d5, but that's not getting there. Look at that key pawn in the position, the pawn on c4, taking away so many squares and putting so much space for black in the position. The knight from a4 looking solid, the bishop on e6. But how do you really improve? Oh my God, and Ivic is just going for it. c3 on the board. If you go knight b3, he might even be looking at trading that bishop and creating a deadly passer on c3.
That's right. White has to be really careful where he treads right now. I mean, the position should be roughly level if Nepomniachtchi defends this well. And black is somewhat kind of extended here. The black pawn on c3 could become weak, but at the moment, it looks quite strong. And Tanya, I think the reason we're both so excited in blitz chess, in which it is pretty much right now, as both players are at 4 minutes, it's much easier to play with advanced pawns. There are always going to be tricks to kind of sacrifice material and promote these types of passed pawns. Oh, wow, he plays knight b3, the move you were kind of reluctant to see on the board for white. And the big question is, does he capture? Does he remove this knight off the board right now just to get his pawn slightly closer to its goal? Or does he wait? There's no reason to rush. Maybe he can just bring his queen in. Maybe at some point he can drop his knight back, trade that off. To me, it looks so good for black, but what next? That's the big question.
And I'm just trying to calculate the line too, because bishop takes knight, you want to create a passer, but actually that passer might just become a big weakness given the tactics that exist. Pawn takes bishop would hit that key defender on a4, and white's just got these knight and queen eyeing the c3 pawn, so you just end up losing material. I don't think it's time yet to capture on b3, but that threat is stronger than its execution. I like your idea of bringing more forces into the party. Queen b4, but Ivic, he has to play fast. He has to keep the clock under control, keep putting pressure. Queen b4 seems like a really nice move right now, David. He needs to make a decision. He needs to make it quick. That's my only worry for black here.
He really does. Jan here, we've really been praising Ivic with black, but white's strategy has been provocation. Force the opponent to advance as far down the board as possible, because it's actually not clear where to go next. Black's pretty much maximized the kind of placement of his pieces. They're all on their ideal squares, and yeah, we can see it on the clock. Ivic, the nerves are settling in now. He does indeed play the move we recommended. Jan kind of not too surprised there, shakes his head. Looking focused, I've got to say, Jan today. No more looking around, the kind of no more just tentative play. He's really purposefully staring at the board right now. And queen c4, it still looks level to me, but the clock, you mentioned it, Tanya, could play a huge role in the coming future.
And moving away the queen from any the firing line on the b file, queen c4, another nice move, and Jan just falling back with the knight to c1, trying to get that knight to d3. It's an interesting one, David, but do you think we should just zoom out for a moment and check in with the other game where it just felt as if Serrano was in big trouble right out of the opening? We'll see what Ivic manages to do on the left side of our screen after knight c1. But look at that. Serrano's managed to get the king to g8, but the rook is still stuck at the corner of the board.
Yeah, both black rooks are stuck in their corners. White knight looks like it's infiltrated enemy lines right now. Let's go to that board where time is really of the essence. Look at Firouzja, down to 2 minutes, and the blue arrow makes an appearance. The computer therefore thinks white's best move by a mile is queen to e2, defending this knight in the center, which is attacked twice. But no, he doesn't play that move. He retreats, and Tanya, retreating is normally a bad sign. The knight's done a bit of a dance. It's literally moved 5 times in a row right now. What to do next?
But to me, this is such a natural move.
Mm.
Sorry, David, go on.
No, I was just going to say, it's a natural move, but you've moved 5 times just to get traded off. That's surely a loss of time right now. And bishop to f5. Are you still liking white's practical chances here?
Yes, and it just feels like you've got this d5 square. Black's pieces are going to struggle to get any harmony. And you said 5 times, that's a 6th retreat. And then you just traded off a 6th move with the knight. Knight takes knight. So those knights are off the board. I think you have to stop that dark square bishop from coming to d6. Give black 2 moves, bishop to d6, king to h7. And the bishop pair speaks for itself. Bishop f4 would be the move that comes to my mind here. You have to stop black's piece activity and coordination. But David, is that queen on c8 eyeing some infiltration squares on the light squares?
Definitely. There's already a huge threat in the air of the queen coming out. We mentioned that white traded off a light squared bishop earlier on. Now he might live to regret it. The base of his pawn chain. Actually talking about a lot of pawn chains in both the games, but it's now the d3 pawn that's a huge weakness. This one is going to be eyed up forever, and you don't want to do kind of this maths equation right now. You don't want to think, oh no, my queen is tied down. She's worth 9 points. Defending a mere pawn worth 1, the black bishop worth 3 is tying down the whole white army pretty much. So queen at f5, like you say, Tanya, huge threat. And look at the clock, 3.5 minutes against less than 1. Firouzja's lost control. I think it was all that retreat. Normally, once you start going back, you tend to be punished for it at this high level.
It might just be too late because it took me a while to spot queen f5 and bishop f4, and you can go for this. It is on the board, a double attack stopped by the only move that saves the d3 pawn and the bishop on f4. But black can also think about just trading off this key defender with rook coming in to e8. Yes, you'll be forced to fall back with your bishop, but then you can keep continuing the pressure on Alireza's pieces there, David, and the clock. This has gone all wrong for white. I think Alireza is in big trouble.
Definitely. He knows it as well. He's such a classy player, Firouzja, but he knows that right now there's nothing really to kind of boast about in the white position, whereas it's creaking, it's hanging by a thread already. The bishop pair, you mentioned it earlier, the bishop's really coming to life, playing their part, and it's actually all about the light squared bishop. I don't see that piece ever getting neutralized. And white's knight, in the meantime, is a bit stuck. So looking very good for Sorana on this board. Just a brief update. We won't jump over to the other one yet, but Nepomniachtchi has won a pawn. We were talking about that strong advanced pass pawn of Ivic's. It has disappeared. So that one's in the endgame. It looks like it's going to go on for a long, long time. I think this is where the action's at right now. Let's see whether Firouzja can stem the bleeding and minimize the damage. You say rook e8. What else could he be thinking about right now, Tanya? Long think here from Sorana.
Move the queen. That's the other thing that comes to mind, right? The bishop on g6 is lined up against the rook on e4, and he does it. I was trying to find the right square here, David, but queen g4 looks really nice, forcing the white rook to stay connected to the bishop on f4, but that doesn't look like it's a possibility. Is white about to lose material here?
Wow, I actually thought of this move earlier and I didn't realize how strong it was. I regret not suggesting it because it looks killer, attacking the rook. The bishop still under fire, like you say. Firouzja, look on the camera. He's reacting right now. There was a kind of a gesture from him, a bit of a shake of the head. 15 seconds. He's just collapsed. He's frozen. Oof. And he loses material.
He needs
bishop
to
for
make
rook.
Oh.
Wow. Tanya.
G3 on the board, David. Bishop takes rook. I don't see any compensation in that. He's got to try to save this position in seconds. How did Sorana manage to do that? This insane opening where it looks like black is in so much trouble, and now Alexei Sorana is on the brink of taking the match lead in a best of two.
Yeah, winning with the black pieces, it's like gold dust at this top level. So Sorana will be on the brink of knocking out Alireza Firouzja from the Chess.com Classic if he can convert this advantage. Still some work to be done. The black bishop is still fast asleep. The black rook in the corner is maybe the problem. If this black rook were anywhere else, for example, on the e6 square, then this would just be lights out, game over. Black would win. So Sorana doesn't want to take too much risk. He doesn't want to fall too low on the clock. But of course, he wants to convert this as efficiently as possible. One move that comes to my mind would be to kind of finally develop this bishop, open up the king side, lash out with g5, but a bit double-edged with the black king sitting on this flank as well. I'm just looking for ways. Ooh, he might have found a really classy way, Tanya. Rook h7, rook e7 coming over next. And surely the rooks will overpower the minor pieces in the near future. Maybe it is time now, as this game takes a slower turn, to jump to the other board. I'm going to bring us over there. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi, who looks like he's established a decisive advantage. Or has he? Commentator's curse, Tanya. I thought he was winning a moment ago. Suddenly, a count and black is okay. A question mark. Just as we jump in, Nepomniachtchi's lost control and blundered. Knight a3, the only move for black, though. 5 seconds. Will he find it? That's difficult.
2-1. He needs to make a move, and he does it with barely any time on the clock, and he chooses the wrong one. An extra pawn for Jan Nepomniachtchi, and under a second, this is over for Ivic. I don't see him surviving this.
No, he's not going to survive. Black is simply a pawn down. Black's pawn on f4, terminally weak as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the white knight drop back and just pick up this pawn in the near future. Rook exchanges favor white because only pawns on one side, on one flank. That favors the knight. There we go. Knight d3, threatening e5, a fork as well. It's a two-pawn now, two-pawn deficit. Like you say, Tanya, pin and win. Nepomniachtchi takes the first game.
And takes the lead in the best of two. And you can see it. Jan's feeling confident after the win. A shaky start in the opening. But then for Ivic, it came down to experience in these matches. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has so much of that. He got one chance and he was all over it. For Ivic, he has to win on demand. Meanwhile, this one continues, David. And a lot of moves have happened. Black still has the extra exchange. Both players now playing on mere seconds.
Yeah, both players racing now against the clock. But ultimately, it is the black rooks which look so impressive. Question is whether it's a fortress, Tanya. Do you believe in fortresses? Can White hold his position without allowing the enemy in right now? Is he going to hold the draw?
The only open file in the position, the E line, completely under Black's control. It is hard to imagine that this is a fortress with the E2 square available for the rook to infiltrate from, potential trades happening, seconds on the clock. I still think Serrana has this, but Firouzja is doing everything to make it difficult, and it looks like Serrana's struggling to find a plan, a winning breakthrough path here.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, Serrana. He's repeated the position a couple of times, and it's not an instant repetition, but if you kind of keep maneuvering around, he's moved these rooks kind of aimlessly for several turns. Now he's got to drop back. The black rook attacked on e2. He's got to be really careful now. Firouzja's played so quickly and so tenaciously. I'm actually going to stick my neck out and say this might be a draw. Serrana, what's he even doing? His rooks are just going round and round in circles, Tanya. He's, like you say, struggling to find a plan, and that's what you need in this position. No time on the clock, though.
No time on the clock. At some point, I think he's going to try to break through with either a b6 or an a6 move, but he just can't seem to decide. It feels as if the coordination between that white knight on d3, the bishop on d2, and the king on f3 take away all key squares from black, and he goes with a6, but you could just block this. He doesn't even do that. He keeps the tension on the board because the bishop from d2 defends that a5 pawn. Things under complete control. Serrana struggling to win this one.
Yeah, we're not showing any variations right now because there is nothing to show. It looks like Serrana just losing control here. White's piece is actually flooding forward. Watch out for this pawn on h5. Watch out for the white knight landing on d5 with a check. Wow, this one's turning, Tanya. Now knight check on a beautiful square.
Oh my gosh.
He's outplaying his opponent. Firouzja is working his magic now. The knight's jumping. Look at the black rooks. They're terrible suddenly. And a pawn drops off.
Rook on a8, the rook on e7, the pawn is off the board. The h-pawn will start marching down the board. It's only white who's playing. This has been a massive turnaround, and Serrana is on the defense now.
On the defense, and he's walked into a knight fork. He's blundered Serrana. There was a grimace on the camera there. He's walked into this double attack. The knight is going to take one of the rooks. White's just winning the rook and pawn endgame. This h-pawn is going to be the key. And look at Serrana. I said he was the Iceman, but he's panicked now. And Firouzja, this is bullet skills 101. Serrana so devastated. Totally winning, Tanya. He couldn't finish it off. He didn't want the draw. And he's been punished.
And Alireza so tricky turning this around. He had barely any time on the clock. He was down on the material, but he just keeps the game going. And Serrana, it looks like he's going to have to trail with a must-win. And that h-pawn has gone all the way. You can see it on Serrana. He gives up. Alireza takes the win. He's relieved. You can see it on the camera. The two big favorites, David, in the losers bracket. Jan and Alireza surviving their game one, taking the dub.
Wow, and it was not smooth for either of the two winners. Jan Nepomniachtchi had a level position for a long time, eventually, slowly but surely, outplaying his younger opponent in an endgame, whereas for Firouzja, it was even tougher. Dead lost from the opening, exchange down, zero compensation. Trying to hold a fortress, it looked like Firouzja might have some drawing chances, but Serrana got frustrated, lashed out, and it backfired. Ultimately, two white wins, but the path to victory, Tanya, was not smooth, not straightforward for either player.
Not at all. It was a really tough one, and we could have had two completely different results in that one. What a start this has been in the losers bracket, and that means that Serrana has to win on demand his next game, as does Velimir Ivic, to take it to Armageddon. But it's going to be a tough battle to get there. And though, as we get set up, David, for our very important final game of the losers bracket, we've got some great news for everyone watching, and it feels like this year 17 is the key number. Great things happen when you turn 17, because Chess.com, never done before, we've got a huge discount on going premium. It's a 50% off on premium memberships. So if you guys have been on the fence about going premium, where you get exclusive access to all the content, unlimited analysis, all the puzzle rushes that you've ever wanted to get in, and just level up your game, now is the time. You have to do it right now with a 50% off. You've got to not be on the fence anymore, David. You've got to leap over.
Exactly. You got to be brave. You got to take the leap. You got to commit. That's the way you improve at chess. That's the way all these players have committed to their game, and that's why they're at the top right now. So, yeah, almost as old as Gukesh right now. Chess.com. It's really, really, what a time to be alive, Tanya.
Yeah. Chess.com 1017, and it's a 50% off. And right now, the players have to give their 100% as Serrana and Ivic face elimination in the next round. They have to win on demand. Otherwise, David, it is go home for these two players.
Yeah, they're on their last lives. We've mentioned that, but it's going to be tough for Ivic. He has to channel that spirit of a couple of days ago where he defeated the likes of Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana. So he's still got to retain that confidence. Yes, it was a heartbreaking defeat. He won't feel like he deserved it, Ivic, but he needs to refocus, get back in the zone. He's capable. He's a dangerous player. It's normally do or die for him anyway. That's just his chess style. So he needs to stay true to himself. But for Serrana, Tanya, I think that might be even more difficult to overcome that upset, that shock of an unthinkable loss. It was full control for him, winning position straight from the kind of opening, and that's the toughest thing in chess. How is he going to bounce back, just psychologically, do you think?
He has to find it, but the good thing for Serrana is that he knows that out of the opening with the black pieces, he was the one who got so close to winning. Meanwhile, for Ivic, it's been an insane couple of days for him. We might not be so familiar with Ivic, not a big household name just yet, but what a breakout performance it's been for him, this Chess.com Classic. I mean, let's just look at the star-studded lineup he's faced over the last 4 days. He first took down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, then took down Fabiano Caruana, then had to face Magnus Carlsen, and today he plays against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's been quite the ride for him. And Alireza Firouzja, he's been in the losers bracket before. He knows what it takes to bounce back and go all the way through until the very end to reach the grand final. David, what are the chances he does that all over again?
All bets are off when it comes to Alireza Firouzja. Expect the unexpected. When we expect him to win, he seems to kind of sometimes be his own worst enemy. When we expect him to be knocked out of tournaments, like in that last game on Living Life on the Edge, he suddenly ups his game, ups his level. His ceiling is so high. That's why Magnus Carlsen respects him so much, Firouzja. But yeah, it's just the consistency for him. He needs to be consistent. He needs to be solid in this next game. So we will see. But I think he can do it, Tanya. I believe.
But solid is just never the name of the game when it comes to Alireza Firouzja. You know that regardless of what the match situation is, we are going to get an exciting position on the board. Of course, if a draw was to offer itself, he would do it. But I think it's going to be an entertaining game with Serrana going all out, and Ivic will have to go all out as well against Jan Nepomniachtchi. For Ivic, he starts with the black pieces. I think Jan, he's going to find a way to keep things solid and shut down the game, David.
Yeah. His opening repertoire is formidable. We've seen that throughout several candidates tournaments now. Jan Nepomniachtchi, a master, maybe the master of the Petroff defense when he only needs a draw. I mean, Tanya, literally, I can count on one hand the number of players who've gone through an entire candidates tournament unbeaten. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he features there. Do you think he's going to channel that spirit right now?
He has to. And look at that. We've got their Russian defense, the Petroff, on the board. So definitely keeping things solid as we had predicted. And he is it's so hard to break Jan's Petroff. And as you said, undefeated in the candidates. The only player who we were talking about making history by winning the third candidates in a row. I don't think there are too many names that would check off that list either. It's going to be a tough one for Ivic, but we do have opposite side castling, and that promises to be fun because it's going to be a race towards each other's king.
That's right. The Petroff, known for its slightly dull symmetrical positions occasionally, but this is far from that right now with opposite side castling, as you mentioned, Tanya, and not full symmetry with the pawns because of the double C pawns here. Controlling some squares, actually, giving white's pieces some room along the D file. So I quite like this approach for white, especially in a must-win situation. But the inherent solidity of black structure, black literally has zero weaknesses. That will give Nepomniachtchi a kind of sign to be happy, a reason to be happy. So King B1, good tip for everyone at home. If you castle on the long side, on the queen side, always take time if you can to shuffle your king even further towards the corner. It tends to be much safer there, less vulnerable to checks. But Jan plays C5. Tanya, maybe he's building to go for that symmetry that we mentioned with D5. Maybe even if he wants to win, then to play B5 in the near future. What do you think? Is this a wise choice for Ivic to let Jan show off his preparation like this?
And it's on the board. B5.
Wow.
You said if Jan needs to go for the win. Well, he doesn't need to go for it, but he just has this incredible understanding of the Petroff. And it just looks like it's black who's going to create play against white's king with the open files. A line potentially opening up, the B line potentially opening up if white was to accept that pawn sacrifice. Meanwhile, on the king side for white, the pawns haven't yet started marching down the board. I'm loving what Jan is doing right now. It looks like he's going for more than just a draw.
He's definitely playing principal chess here, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The blue arrow makes its return. The computer thinks that bishop to e6 is the best move. Sometimes it's difficult to follow or understand why a computer would suggest a move, but Tanya, that one, the most natural in the position. He's indirectly eyeing up the a2 pawn, just in case the a file ever does become open, as you mentioned. And the bishop just perfectly kind of posted up here on e6. I've got to say, I'm taking black all day long. This one just looks tricky for white to handle. That being said, if it's just an attacking player, Tanya, maybe some chances of a sudden blitz attack on the black king.
All day, every day, black here, as you're mentioning. But yes, there are threats being lined up with the bishop and that last queen move. As you pointed out, 8-7 is a tender square. But one gets the feeling that you will be able to deal with that one move threat. Well, it shouldn't be that difficult. At least it's forced Jan to slow down right now. He was blitzing out his moves, b5, bishop b6, confidently playing on the queen side. And now he's got to answer this question. I say it's a small threat and should be easy, but the fact that Jan has paused, perhaps it's not that easy. Queen h4 coming in. Is it time for black to trade on c4 right now?
It could well be. That would be the safe approach, right? I guess we're saying, Tanya, just to trade everything off on the c4 square. White is also defending that square twice, but the more pieces that leave the board, the safer the position might become for black. If you're really scared of white's light squared bishop attacking on the king side, then deflect it. That's exactly what Jan's doing. Oh dear, fated question mark. But I don't think it's a bad move. I just think it maybe wasn't objectively the most ambitious. But remember, for Jan, a draw is enough. So we can definitely forgive him playing the safest move there. And now the question is whether to trade. Maybe an argument for pushing forward in the center again, d5. But there is a pin along the d file. So double-edged stuff, you got to say. This is one of the most exciting Petroffs I've seen in a while.
I agree with you. And I saw that question mark, but I think it is the most human approach as well in the position. You see that you're going to be threatened. You on that 8-7 square, you want to try to trade off as many pieces. Another question is, do you trade the light squared bishop? Do you try to push the d pawn immediately? And Jan's got a tremendous understanding of these positions. I trust him to find his way here, David, and he does trade it off. I'm going to predict we're going to see d5 on the board. It is right there, right now.
Exactly. Good prediction, Tanya. Really principled. I think, again, a good tip for everyone at home. Just because you need a draw doesn't necessarily mean you need to just play passively, curl up into a ball. You've got to play the position, go for what's right. And actually, black's light squares were very weak due to that bishop exchange. So fight for the light squares, gain time against the opponent, especially if the opponent's king is kind of perched on one open flank like this. Push the pawns towards it. You've got to play the position. The result, that's secondary. That comes later. Then you can kind of tailor your decisions according to what you need. But yeah, Jan doing what's right. I think he was just outside of his opening prep. But that's why he spent the time. But now he's well within his comfort zone. I'm expecting the black queen to come out to b6, eyeing up a really vulnerable pawn right now. Black is more than healthy in this position. But we shouldn't neglect the other game, Tanya. Shall we zoom out of this one? Check out the bird's eye view.
Let's do it. Let's do it as moves are coming in fast and steady in that one as well. And that's the right side of our screen. Alexei Sarana in a must-win game with white. His king once again in the center is still a move away from finishing development. David, if you have to win a game and you're in this match situation, what do you make of the opening outcome? Do you think Sarana's pleased with it or not as much?
Ooh, tough question, Tanya. I don't hate white's position. I think in terms of needing a win, it's imbalanced enough. The pawn structure is far from symmetrical. Black does have a very weak pawn, a backward pawn on the c6 square, which I guess he might contemplate even capturing on the next few turns. That being said, yeah, he's just forgotten how to castle. Alexei Sarana, in the last game, like you say, playing king f7. This game, I really hope he castles soon. But then again, watch out. There's going to be all sorts of tactics along this diagonal. So Yeah, a lot to think about. I think objectively, black is doing extremely well. But yeah, you just need imbalance. That's number one priority in in must-win situations. And now don't castle. Definitely don't castle, because checkmate in one would land on the h2 square. But Tanya, this is terrifying for white. Sarana needs to defend
It
first of
really
all,
is.
let alone win.
That's a really cool move. I like the move queen to h4, just stopping white's most obvious response. And yes, you might be provoking some pawn pushes on the king side, but then that just gives further hooks to black. For example, a move like g3 against the mate in one that you pointed out, queen takes pawn, is a huge threat. How much do you want to play g3 here, creating all these light square weaknesses when you're in a must-win game? It's not a happy move to make.
Yeah, pawn to g3. Maybe we put this on the board. For now, there are no tactics, or at least I don't believe so, with any sacrifices, because the white rook is defended, a really key point to those aggressively minded players at home. The white bishop does open up a defense against his rook. So I think the intention is just to drop back. You mentioned kind of creating holes, Tanya. It's the light squared holes. This is actually a pin on the f2 pawn. The white bishop can't really move. But now if you castle, you have to be really careful about some tactics. I'm looking at ideas like pawn to c5, overloading this knight, the bishop slightly loose, very minimum. In the near future, you can bring your bishop out. Maybe black just starts with a move such as bishop e5. Black's got perfect centralization. White's king is riddled full of holes. It's like that. What's that type of cheese where it's got all the holes on the king side right now?
Or is that blue cheese?
Probably. Chat, we need help there. But yeah, this just looks beautiful for Firouzja. Look at the cameras as well, Tanya. He looks pretty chilled, pretty calm. Almost as chilled as that cheese.
Very different from game one of Firouzja, where you could see the tension and how things have gone wrong for him, or at least very complicated in that battle, and eventually losing an exchange to make a big turnaround. But right now, with the black pieces, it feels like Firouzja has done everything right. Queen h4, you're facing this move. You can't go shot castle. f2 under attack. You really don't want to play g3, creating these weaknesses around your king. You start feeling the pressure. You're not happy. And Sarana is unhappy, which is why he takes the decision to neutralize that knight going into the endgame. But to me, David, it looks like you're really giving away chances to create any winning play.
That's right. It's a really reluctant decision, as you mentioned there, Tanya. He didn't do this out of choice. He did it out of necessity. He just thought he might get checkmated. And watch out, there's bishop g4 in the air now, trapping the white queen. A huge threat. And if you have to take a timeout to prevent that one, there we go, pawn to h3. That means you're still not castled. And actually, even castling with the king is still terrifying. The queen will line up again on this diagonal. Oh, I really hate Sarana's position now. I'm expecting a move like rook to c8, maybe just a hint at pawn to c5, kicking away this beautiful white knight. Actually, Tanya, if white's knight is ever driven away, white's position collapses. Do you see him holding on, creating any chance of Sarana here?
Really tough. It's a tough battle, an uphill battle to even hold this position to a draw. I think if Alireza was in the must-win game, this is a dream position for black. You've got the bishop pair. Your opponent's not castled yet. You don't even have a weakness in the center. The c-pawn can start pushing up the board at some point. And right now, Alireza can even take the decision to trade on d4, David, and go for an opposite color bishop ending, really taking away chances for white to make any sort of winning attempt here. Bishop f5, bishop e4 to follow after that trade on d4. Alireza's got a pleasant choice to make here. Does he go for more, keeping the bishop pair, or an opposite color bishop position? What's your prediction?
Ooh, I was hoping you would tell me what you wanted here, Tanya. I think I would take, just because I'm a slight coward, and Chicken Chess Club would approve of this one. Trade and opposite color bishops most likely bank the draw, but it does feel like there may be more ambitious moves out there. Okay, your turn. To take or not to take?
I would take, but I think Alireza will not take. He's the kind of, given the math situation, we want to go into this opposite color complex, try and put our bishop on e4, and he goes for it. It is on the board.
On the board, and the bar rises. So at least for Sarana, I mean, it's definitely level this position. I don't think he would win this in a classical game, but at least for Sarana, a backward pawn, one tiny weakness in the black position. The black bishop will be tied defending this pawn for a long time, but no knights around to kind of sit on the outposts in front of weak pawns. And if it's just bishops, then actually a slightly fractured structure isn't such a big deal. So yeah, what's your prediction here?
Is it fair to say that this is the best position Sarana has had all game with the white pieces?
since move 2, maybe move 3. Yeah,
Fair.
it's a tough one. It's a tough position to win, at least. But he's still alive. He's still got 5 minutes. So Serrana, yeah, the longer he can keep this game going, the more he might fancy his chances later. Okay,
And he's
rook
going to
trade.
do just that. He's going to rook trades on the board, but he's going to keep playing this to the end. I don't think we're going to see a queen trade by white anytime soon. Alireza on the thing. By the way, fire on the board in the other one. David, should we quickly jump over with Ivic, also in a must-win situation? But it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi has, in fact, found his rhythm and how he's the one who's dominating that game. Take a look at that position. That white king, it looks like it should be getting checkmated anytime. Meanwhile, Black's king feeling super safe.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick comparison. Like you said, Tanya, we don't even need to calculate. We just compare the kings. Black's king behind a wall of pawns. White's king, I don't even know what happened to its a pawn. Actually, we saw white a pawn kind of capture on b3 a bit earlier. Yeah, if the black queen ever lands on this square on a1, it's just game over. First, he's trading off. And what is the path forward? How is he going to finish after queen takes rook, after a recapture? Oh, wow, just queen to a4. It's coming in.
Exactly. Queen a4 is the move, and you can block it with knight b2, but then the queen, I think, goes further to a3, and this might be just game over in the next 3 moves. Queen a4, a deadly threat of a mate in 1. And I think Jan Nepomniachtchi knows. He looks sideways. He knows he's got the job done. He knows he's got this in the bag. Is there a move like queen to g4 trying to threaten a mate in 1? Does that help white at all in this position?
Ooh, that's really clever. Tanya, I do wonder whether black can just push a pawn to g6 and go for the same exact plan. Queen a4 is such a deadly threat. As long as black doesn't get checkmated himself, he should be winning. But yeah, white has to look for exactly what you're suggesting. Some kind of counterattack, some kind of trap. Bishop takes d4, maybe?
I think queen takes rook just loses on the spot to queen a4. So you have to find an alternative in this position. Queen takes rook is checkmate for white. And that's why Ivic is taking his time. Let's show this, David.
Yeah, queen takes e2, queen a4 is deadly. There's a pin on the b file, so the black queen is untouchable. You can't even deflect the black rook away because actually the e8 square is covered by the white queen. So no checks. And like you said, knight b2, queen a3. It continues. Checkmate either on b2 or on the a1 square once the white knight moves. So that's the dilemma facing Ivic. He cannot play the most natural move. And if he can't do that, he's still the exchange down. I was actually going to suggest bishop takes d4, Tanya, but rook takes c2 might just be lights out. Just eliminating the defender of this pawn. And again, the white king doomed. It's toast. Is this over?
David, you've done your puzzle rush today. Rook takes pawn. I love it. You take away a key defender in this position. It's not about material. It is about that white king. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is coming for it.
He is. He's so close now. Even tactics like queen takes b3 in the air in the near future, depending on what white does. I don't see it.
And Ivic is burning time right now, but I don't think it really matters at all. There is no defense in the position. It's just hard to even come up with a move. You can threaten a checkmate in 1 for g7 with a move like queen g4 or queen g3, but g6 just keeps black's king completely defended. Jan Nepomniachtchi there with the bob of his head. He knows that this is all over. He's done everything right in this one. David, I think this game has been completely dominated by Jan. This has been his best game of the tournament so far.
Definitely. Jan today, he's clicked up a gear. He's on another level. Yesterday, he just didn't look like he was fully focused. Today, he's looked determined. He's cool. He's calm. He's taken his chances. That killer instinct is back. Your line, good prediction, Tanya. Queen g4, g6 on the board.
But what's next?
What next?
it just delays the inevitable.
1 minute 28. Yeah, Ivic. I mean, we're praising Jan. Ivic, on the other hand, he's been phenomenal the last 3-4 days, but poor opening choice, I think, in this one. Maybe it was just better to play anything non-theoretical rather than go into his opponent's home territory. Nepomniachtchi's probably played hundreds and hundreds of practice games in candidates World Championship training matches just in this variation alone. So, yeah, I think a flawed strategy in the early stages here, and this is the result, unfortunately. Top-level chess is tough, Tanya.
It's tough, and the Petroff defense with Jan playing it out is even tougher. The guy just knows everything about the opening. He knows when to go aggressive. He knows how to shut down the play. Jan Nepomniachtchi is unbreakable almost when it comes to this opening, and it just feels like Ivic had it on the wrong end from the start. He goes under the 1 minute mark, but no amount of time on the clock can save him. With all the threats against White's king, the queen lining up on the A file, rook takes pawn in the air. Jan Nepomniachtchi is having a great time right now.
Yeah, he's enjoying life. He's got that boss pose on the camera, Tanya. When a player leans back, folds their arms, they're like, yeah, I got this. I got this. And both players know at this point. 15 seconds for Ivic.
And he's flexing. It's the boss pose. He does his stretch. He knows that this is over. And as Ivic goes down to 6 seconds, I don't even think he's going to be in time to make the next move. Well, he does it. Bishop takes pawn. Your idea on the board. Are we going to see the next sacrifice? Rook takes pawn. Is that going to be Jan's choice?
Wow. He finds an even better one, Tanya. Queen takes knight. There was a pin. There was a win. It's match over. And goodbye to Velimir Ivic after such a heroic run to Division 1. But Jan, in the end, showing his authority, showing his real class there, Tanya.
Absolutely. Farmer's temporary class is permanent, and Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the match in the loser's bracket. And what style he did it in that game too. Quite the game by him. For Ivic, a standout performance in the plains, but really starting the tournament playing against Magnus, not an easy job. And then facing the world number 4, it just gets really tough. And it is the end of the road, but I'm sure we're going to see him in the future Champions chess tour. This fight still is on. Has Serrano managed to create his chances? David, I like the move G4, destabilizing the center for Alireza.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can, Serrano. He was undermining the black F pawn. Now the black E pawn drops, so a slight change in pawn structure. Black's doubled pawns not making a great impression, easily blocked as well by the white bishop. But on the other flank, white needs to create a passed pawn. White has 3 versus 2 on the queen side, but no real inroads over there. This is the position, the type of position, Tanya, that I like to call equal-ish. It's equal-ish. White's having more fun though. So still some chances for Serrano while the rooks remain on the board. Definitely Alireza, he's gone passive. It's against type. It's not what he enjoys doing. He's very much playing the match right now. But Serrano, a grimace on the camera there. He knows that he's close, but might not be close enough if Firouzja continues defending well. He needs to basically get this position, but where they both have 5 seconds left, and it becomes a bit random. At the moment, it's too controlled for black. I'm expecting the black king to start wandering over, to start protecting its pawns. Maybe the black rook plants itself at some point back over on the queen side. I don't think it's over, though. I think there still might be some twists and turns ahead, Tanya.
It's not over till we have a result in this one, right? Serrano has to keep going the distance. He's managed to get Alireza in probably the worst pawn formation imaginable right now. You've got these 2 double G pawns. The C6 pawn can come under fire with a move like rook C4. You can keep shifting attack against the C4, the C6 and the A6 pawn with your rook sliding back and forth. But again, the question remains, is it going to be enough? You might have just maximized your chances here. The bishop on G3 doing a beautiful job controlling the long diagonal as well as defending the F2 pawn. The king on E4 has marched as far as it can go. But what's next? I do think Alireza will keep playing, but Serrano will keep playing. But again, is it going to be enough with just the rook and the opposite color bishops on the board?
Yeah, that's the big question. He does have a big time advantage now, though, Serrano, and Firouzja did shake his head, so not entirely happy with how things have been going. The rook tries to enter now. Really nice move from Serrano. What black wants to do is block, but black chooses not to block yet. Maybe now he'll stop the white rook entering. There we go. Offer of rook trade. Do not capture. We saw that mistake from Jan Nepomniachtchi yesterday against Denis Lazovic. Opposite color bishop endgames, when it's just pure bishops, drawn. Drawish tendency, no chances. So I don't think he should really take this rook. Although, suddenly I realize you might get a passed pawn for white. Do we play on general principles? He's actually contemplating it. Otherwise, Serrano would instantly move his rook, shift it, and attack this pawn. Okay, Tanya, yeah, he didn't trade off rooks. I thought he was going to there, just as we were surprised yesterday, but no surprise this time. How would you estimate the percentage chances in terms of the result, the draw here?
It's very likely going to end in a draw, David. But again, so much can happen in this kind of a position. That rook trade offer, you need a good amount of time to take that decision because it's so tempting. Like you said, you end up creating a passer. But with the opposite color bishop remaining, would that have been enough or not for Alexei? Just now under 2 minutes, a tough decision to take. But he has to find a way to make progress, right? The only way to make progress is to create a passer. Do you see him being able to do that in any other way? Well, he's trying to reroute the rook. And what I think he wants is rook h1, trying to enter it from h8 behind enemy lines and create some activity with that move. And right now, Alireza's rook is also coming into the attack. Rook f3, bishop f5 check ideas in the air. I'm expecting rook h1 though.
Yeah. You've said A, you might as well say B. Stick consistent. Follow your plan through to its bitter end. Okay, he's actually found a creative move. He's going the other way with the white king. Quite a clever idea there. If a rook check, then he'll happily march forward, and the white king might even walk the whole way in towards black's weakness on a6. So a nice, clever move from Sarana. Oh, the more I look at this, the more I think it's actually really unpleasant, and it's not Firouzja's style, Tanya.
I agree with you. I really like this king match that Sarana has found. It creates additional questions in the position, and the rook also. So he's combining all these ideas. The rook transferring itself to the other side, making sure that black's king has to stay to the defense. The king marching all over on the queen side. He's putting a lot of pressure on Alireza right now. And now Alireza reaches the 20-second mark. David, this is far from over.
Far from over. Alireza shaking his head as well, going back with the black king, but white can continue improving. The white king's marching forward. Black is pretty much stuck now. The black rook is a guardian of the 5th rank, cutting off the white king from going even deeper into the black camp. The black bishop is tied down, defending some pawns. It's starting to creak, the black position. Rook c1, threatening a pawn right now. Oh, Firouzja is fighting though. This last move, rook a5, is really clever, Tanya. You cannot play rook c2 to defend your pawn because there's a bishop check and a skewer along the diagonal. So yeah, rook takes c6 as well. Faulty there because of a check, a fork, a double attack, bishop d5 check. Oh, he's fighting back. He's fighting well, Firouzja.
a4 you can't play because he's fighting back. The b3 pawn is hanging as well, which means that it's not at all easy to defend that a pawn. You have to go for a counter idea. You have to look for activity right now. For Sarana, he's going to have to sacrifice that a2 pawn. Not an easy decision to make, but that would allow the white king to cross over from e5. And I think that's something to play for in this position.
Yeah, I think you have to gamble here. You have to play a move maybe like b4. Just allow the black rook to eat this pawn in order to step forward with the white king, in order to maybe try and capture the pawn on c6. Really complicated, but Sarana, he's down on time as well. It's now just, again, a bullet shootout pretty much. And Sarana panicking. Look at that face on the camera. He knows that last time we were here, last time it became a bit random, he lost control and Firouzja took over and won. Firouzja's mouse skills may be better, Tanya, than his opponents.
Firouzja's got probably the best mouse skill on the world. Well, second to maybe Magnus Carlsen, and just up there in the league with Magnus and Hikaru. Well, Sarana does give a lot of checks, but a draw is not enough for white. He has to find a way to play for more. Down a pawn right now. He doesn't repeat because he can't afford to do that. But David, I don't see a way for anymore for Sarana to actually make progress in this position.
Wow, and Sarana actually blunders into a repetition. It was a drawn position anyway, but he didn't realize that was the 3rd time the position repeated, and we saw it. Hands on his head there, Tanya. He's out. Firouzja progresses.
Sarana has been eliminated, and Alireza Firouzja can breathe relief right there. The first game, it was a tough one. The second one as well, he kept it under control. Alireza Firouzja advances along with Jan Nepomniachtchi. He leaves the chair, but it's Alexei Sarana who will leave the tournament. And there we have it, our scoreline. No Armageddon needed in this one. Jan Nepomniachtchi with a 2-0 victory. Alexei Sarana walks into that repetition. David, I have to say, the big guns, the heavy favorites, were very impressive in the losers bracket.
That's right. They really upped their game from yesterday. Nepomniachtchi looked like a totally different player, and Alireza Firouzja also impressive, especially how he defended that second game. But I wanted to highlight Jan Nepomniachtchi's opening preparation in that second game against Velimir Ivic, that victory to clinch today's match. And Ivic, of course, here with the white pieces was in a must-win situation. We started with the Petroff defense, Jan Nepomniachtchi's bread and butter, his favorite opening these days. And here, black is putting the white king under serious pressure. It's all about the b file right now. The black queen, the black rook stacked up against the white king. A big attack as well against the white queen. And this is where Ivic started to lose control. White is still fine, but he needed to play energetically. The best move here being queen into f5 to connect with the other white pieces. Instead, he slid across to f3. We saw a trade. The black bishop landed on b4. Maybe not the best move, but a very testing one for the white rook right now, which has to stay guarding the white knight in the center. He actually put his rook on the best square, rook to e3, guarding across the board and still controlling his knight. But after d4, this is the big mistake from Ivic. Maybe already flustered from being out-prepared earlier in the opening. He missed a opportunistic tactic here. Bishop takes knight would have turned the tables. The only chance he had in the match to do so. Bishop takes because if the rook is captured, suddenly bishop takes g7, throwing the bishop away, unleashing an attack against f7, and this is extremely difficult. He had no time on his clock, but this would have turned things in white's favor. Instead, he missed this opportunity, reacting to the hit on his rook, retreating, but this was a step in the wrong direction. Black bishop came in, and we joined the game around here. After queen to b5, there is simply nothing to do about the white king. The bishop is attacked, and after it reacted by taking the black knight, rook takes e2, and Ivic fell on his sword a moment later after queen takes, the key being that queen to a4 with a queen checkmate would have ended things. Nepomniachtchi, smooth, in control for most of it, apart from that one move. And Ivic, unlucky for him, but he'll be back.
See more of Velimir Ivic in the Champions Chess Tour. He's so impressive in the play-ins as well. But this one just felt like a Jan Nepomniachtchi classic masterpiece, masterclass in an attack. David, really, really impressive stuff there. And I think that just means that Jan and Alireza, they found their form because both players really dominating in their matches.
Yeah, both players. I mean, maybe apart from one move from Jan, maybe apart from the opening stage in the first game for Firouzja, apart from that, they looked like they really, really kind of brought their A game today. Their opponents, maybe slightly younger, slightly less experienced. Unfortunately for them, just a bit off the pace, but yeah, impressive stuff. We've got to congratulate the players who progressed and commiserate with the players who do leave us. It's sad, Tanya. The first players to leave Division 1 this time.
Absolutely. We've got more chess coming up as we will head over to the winners bracket. But before that, we also have an interview coming up with Alireza Firouzja right after the short break. Don't go anywhere. We've got more chess, more action coming our way as we speak to one of our winners. And what a performance he had. Stay with us as Alireza joins us for an interview.
Right, boys, it's back to school time with a quiz.
Let me eat first.
Detention. How do you spell Nepomniachtchi? English style. Look how he's struggling right now.
I cannot write properly, so can I spell it out instead?
Okay, spelling bee. You can start first.
So it's Nepomniachtchy.
Isn't there no A after I? Nepomniachtchi, right?
Yeah. Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, but I wrote this A.
But you didn't say it.
Okay, so but I just said it wrong. Okay, but just because I cannot speak, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
First he was telling us not to trust his writing, then is not to trust his talking.
No, you have to do like in the spelling bee. Nepomniachtchi. 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 Yes!
Okay, I will show perhaps.
Never in doubt. On October the 1st, the new James Bond movie is released, No Time to Die, how many other James Bond movies have the word die or dies in the title? Bonus point if you can name all of them.
Okay, it's probably not 0 then.
Unfortunately, it's 3.
So it's Die Another Day, it's Live and Let Die, and what's the last one?
Tomorrow Never Dies.
But there was 2 in a row, basically.
What is the world's oldest currency?
Some kind of krona, whatever.
Magnus.
Salt.
I don't have one.
Because that's where salary comes from, because they used to give you your salary in salt. So that was the first.
You have a currency, yeah?
List as many countries as possible that consist of 4 letters.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Well, I have 7, but I'm sure there are a lot more.
There's 11.
Wow. I have Peru, Fiji, Togo, Mali, Iran, Iraq, Chad.
Okay, 7. Pretty good. And Christoph, you said?
Peru and Togo.
Okay. How many knights can you place on a chessboard so that no knight can capture another knight?
This guy is like, this knows by heart, he just like...
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to do like mathematical solution to this, because 64 squares, like... I'm just guessing like half of the squares, but I have no idea. 32.
16?
32.
32. The answer is 32.
I guessed it!
But how can you...
If you put them all on the same color complex.
Yeah, like that! All in the same colors. Oh, that's so easy, that's obvious.
Chess stuff I'm terrible at.
Which chess players became world champion without beating the previous title holder in a match?
Which, or are there...
Which player or players?
Player or players?
Wait, you said beating...
Without beating the previous...
The previous, there's a trick in there.
There's always a trick.
Okay, so the way I understand the questions, it should be Botvinnik, Karpov, Alyekhin, Kasparov, Stanit, Lasker. You're saying became world champion, but these people became world champion several times.
No, but that was not the thing, I think.
This is open to interpretation.
2 hours later.
So it should not be. It should not.
That wasn't meant to be a trick question.
It should not be Italian Petrosian. So you just want Botvinnik, Karpov, and Steinitz, no?
Yeah, that was the plan.
That's my answer, yeah?
2,000 years later.
Okay, so this was a terrible question.
If a pawn is worth 1 point, and knights and bishops are worth 3 points, rooks 5, queen is 9. We're forgetting the king. How many points does each side start with?
32?
39 or something?
49.
Yeah, Anish gets there first, I think.
Oh, okay, I counted 1 for the pawns. Not the other 7. Wow, that was a big mistake.
We have a winner, Anish Giri.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Chess.com Classic, where we are actually joined by a very special guest, one of the winners of today's losers bracket, Alireza. Congratulations, how are you feeling after that match?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a very pity for my opponent. I think he played better. I mean, the first game was the important game, because second game we didn't get a game really. And yeah, the first game was just like I was getting outplayed completely, and then in time trouble, he blundered. So
Yeah, but it felt like that first game you defended really well. You'd already created what felt like almost a fortress. What's the mentality that you had when you had such a difficult position?
yeah, after we changed the queen, I was very optimistic. Like these positions are very difficult to break, and yeah, there I knew that if he risks, then he's already in big trouble. So because he has many weaknesses, so um, yeah, after I got this kind of fortress, I was really happy. Like, but before that, of course, he could have played better ways and not exchange queens, I think, and just to crush me with the rooks to the game, coming to the game.
And were you ever nervous in the second game? I guess slightly worse, maybe, but what were you thinking about holding?
No, I was very comfortable because already I should be in a position to win, must win. So that was a comfortable situation. Even if I would have gotten worse position, I wouldn't be too upset to lose, I think. So yeah, after it was a lot of pressure on him and he was playing very fast, but the game was getting simplified. So yeah, I was very comfortable second game.
And Alireza, it must be deja vu for you. In the Chessable Masters in the previous Champions Chess Tour event, you also dropped down to the losers bracket and you made your way through to the grand final there. How are you feeling? Are you pretty confident of doing the same this time?
Yeah, I think there is not so much difference, but just the final that is going to be reset is a big advantage. Other than that, I think we played 2 games now. The winners bracket they have to play 4 games. So I know one day we have to play 2 matches, but still it's same. It will be 4 games. The only advantage I think is the reset in the final and the fact that you can lose one more. So
And
yeah, but it's still a way to go.
And looking ahead to tomorrow, you'll play either Magnus Carlsen or Denis Lazovic. What do you predict in their match today?
Yeah, of course, Magnus is big favorite, so I expect him to win because he always beats Denis. So yeah, I think I will start preparing for Denis.
Fair enough. And Alireza, before we let you go, we do have a couple of questions from our chat. The first one being from Jeremy, asking, do you enjoy this format of games more than classical chess?
Yeah, of course. Classical chess is a bit struggle for me, and I really it's like it's hard to find very. You have to work a lot to find interesting positions, but I really like this 10 minutes format. But of course, there are people that are against it. So, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Good to know. And the final question from Ted Bradley, and this is based on fashion, I guess. Alireza, who are you wearing right now in terms of brands or color coordination?
Yeah, this shirt that I have is already viral. I think like many people put on the internet, so you can go check in internet.
Okay, can you enlighten us a bit? Is it Gucci?
It is Versace, but everybody knows it already.
Ah, okay. Lucky shirt. And thank you, Alireza. Congratulations today. We'll look forward to some more fashionable chess tomorrow. Congratulations. And there we had it.
Alireza Firouzja bringing on the fashion and playing some stylish chess today as he advances through into the losers quarterfinals. It will be Alireza versus the loser of Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazovic. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi with a 2-2 victory against Velimir Ivic, also getting the job done. And as these two players, well, not too long, not so much time for them to celebrate. We've also got big action coming up in the winners semi-finals. Magnus Carlsen takes on Denis Lazovic. Jan Christoph Duda against Vincent Keymer. 2 big matches coming up. It's been fantastic chess so far, and fantastic news continues as it will be Chess.com as well, David. Once again, we will bring up our 17th year celebration, but I loved that interview right there. And you gotta get your fashion game on, David. That wasn't very good judgment with you saying, was it Gucci? It was Versace. Everyone knows it.
I mean, I wear Primark, so I don't know. I don't know too many other brands.
I'm with you on discount.
But no, I mean, that was some stylish chess, and Alireza, so impressive today.
Well, speaking of discounts, it is Chess.com 17th birthday, and we are celebrating you with a special offer, chat, and for a limited time only, you claim 50% off your first payment for any premium membership. Not only does premium membership unlock features like unlimited game review and puzzles, your subscription also powers events like the Champions Chess Tour. Use the command special or head over to go.chess.com/special as we head into this break. Use the code CCT24 and unlock this offer right now. And we did have a great interview with Firouzja. We've had some great chess by Jan Nepomniachtchi. In the break, David Howell hooked up to a lie detector during a match with Magnus Carlsen. Some more great stuff coming up. And when we return, it is a throwback to PogChamps, the winners semifinals match. Also coming up, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazovic, Vincent Keymer, and Jan Krzysztof Duda. There is a lot of chess coming our way. Don't go anywhere. Get ready for the winners bracket. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Do you think there exists an alternative universe where you are better than I am at chess?
Yes.
Yeah, he's not really sure.
Okay,
Cool. It's a tough question. Like,
have you ever used slang or trendy phrases you didn't fully understand, hoping it will make you sound cooler?
I really hope so.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Who hasn't, though?
Who hasn't?
Right?
Yeah. Who hasn't?
I mean, I still don't know the meaning of half the words I say when I commentate. You can do better, Magnus. Hit me with harder questions.
Were you happy to hear that Nikita Vityugov started representing England?
Truthfully, no. I was, gutted. Still a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Just after I became #1 as well, it was such a kick in the teeth.
Would you rather be competing in events or cover them?
Oh, I would rather, these days, cover them.
He had to consider that, but he's telling the truth.
Personal growth? Yeah. This is amazing. I'm proud of you.
Thanks. If you asked me this like 3 years ago, I would have said differently.
Yeah.
Definitely. Even 2 years ago, but
yeah, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, how much do I owe you for the therapy session?
I don't know.
Oh. Made you think?
Yeah. You wanted me to take the pawn, huh?
We're playing like grumpy old men right now.
Yeah. Do you wish you had learned more mainline theory as a kid?
Yes.
He's telling the truth.
I mean, I wish I learned more as a teenager, as an adult. Can't believe you're going after my openings already. Like, you're not impressed.
Do you regret choosing chess as a career?
Took me a while to decide on chess, but I'm glad I did.
That's a lie.
Oh! There's other stuff I think I could have done equally well, but...
Wow, I feel bad now.
Yeah, football management is hard to get into, so it's...
What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you during a chess game? Okay, I gotta simplify the game a bit.
Once in a big money game, Armageddon game, I was so nervous I spilt water all over the board, fizzy water, and I went on to lose pretty badly.
Yeah, he's not really sure about that.
It's a hard question. It's a hard question.
Yeah.
I've never like wet my pants during a game or anything, like if that's more embarrassing.
Do you like your own posts on social media?
No, I don't.
That's a lie.
I swear I haven't. Maybe accidentally and then unliked it.
Ready to take your chess to the next level? Now through May 15th, get 50% off any diamond, platinum, or gold Chess.com premium membership. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads, all at 50% off. Go to chess.com/special and enter code CCT24. Discount applied to first payment period only. Existing premium members are not eligible for this offer.
David, that was awesome to watch. Have you seen PogChamps? Because I have to say, I love that event.
It was fantastic, Tanya. Of course I caught it. Of course I watched it. I think the whole world was. Mr. Beast, what a star. So many household names, so many prolific streamers out there taking part, bringing everyone together with chess. That's what Chess.com and the community is all about.
That is what the Chess.com Classic is about as well, and we're celebrating it with that 50% off in the premium membership. And of course, there's PogChamps, but right now it is going to be the biggest names fighting it out. The top players do enter the arena, including the world #1. He takes on the youngest player in the Chess.com Classic. It is Magnus versus Denis Lazovic. And then we've got Jan Krzysztof Duda against Vincent Keymer. Once again, a storyline, a narrative, David, where Duda versus Keymer is clearly the balanced match, while we have a big favorite in our other winner semifinal.
That's right. Magnus Carlsen starts as a huge favorite. I mean, he starts every match as a favorite, it feels like, Tanya, but at least in terms of rating, a huge disparity. In terms of experience, a huge disparity. And traditionally, Magnus has had the upper hand on Denis, as Alireza mentioned in his interview earlier. That being said, Duda against Vincent Keymer, that is just a 50-50. That's a stylistic clash and a really hard one to call, especially knowing that both players have been out there in Poland playing earlier today.
Exactly. They've just had 9 grueling games of Blitz, and that just takes so much physically and emotionally from a player, having played so much chess early on. David, I've always felt a long day of Blitz is even more tiring than playing a classical game.
Definitely, the emotional roller coaster of Blitz chess can be exhausting. And 9 full games, Vincent Keymer and Duda, and Magnus Carlsen, of course, playing earlier today. That is incredible. Over the board, of course, online, there's kind of different kind of qualities needed in that regard. But yeah, the players, if they can bring anywhere near their best, it will be impressive. just their stamina these days. The modern chess players, Tanya. Now we see two of them, just gladiators in their own right.
They really are, but right now, at least on the screen, you get the feeling that it has been a long day in office for them already. 9 games of Blitz, and now it's time to play the best of 4 in a very crucial winner semi-final for these two players. Both very impressive on day 1. Can they continue their form? And David, the two of them played against each other. They've already faced each other in the Grand Chess Tour twice, and they've traded punches.
Wow, and there we see some of their stats head-to-head in Rapid, at least across OTB over the board and online. Vincent is ahead. Vincent maybe has a more positional style, and that's proved successful against Duda. That being said, you mentioned their recent history. That's the most important thing. Chess players, we try to forget our losses, but it's going to be hard for Vincent to forget the fact that he lost to Duda earlier today. Over the board in Blitz, he had to look into the whites of his opponent's eyes and offer his resignation. That being said, Vincent did strike a few days ago in Rapid against Duda. So yeah, this one is tough to call, Tanya. Looking at the stats there doesn't give us too much hints about what might happen.
It's such a balanced fight, and I also think it's a clash of styles. We've got Vincent Keymer, of course, the protege of Grandmaster Peter Lecco, and we see him so many times reflect Peter's style as well and his understanding. Meanwhile, Jan Christoph Duda, he's been the king of chaos, bringing in so much entertainment with his brand of chess. So it's going to be a fun battle to watch. And meanwhile, we've got, of course, the other big matchup, world number 1 facing Denis Lazovic. Magnus Carlsen takes on the youngster. Magnus does lead in their head-to-head. No surprises there. With 5 wins, with the 3 losses. David, that's more than what most players can brag about against Magnus Carlsen.
That's right, that's more than most people achieve in a lifetime. That's 3 wins more than most people achieve against Magnus Carlsen ever. So Denis is capable, we know that. Especially with the white pieces, Denis is supremely well prepared and can beat anyone on his day. But ultimately, they've met twice in matches in the Champions Chess Tour previously. In Toronto, over the board, in person, it was Magnus who took a 1.5 to half victory. And in the Chessable Masters, where Denis managed to get a couple of wins, it was Magnus who took that one eventually. That one went down to the wire, but Magnus emerged victorious. So it's going to be tough for Denis, you've got to think, Tanya, but he can take some heart from their head-to-head.
That, and also the fact that he's been so impressive in the Champions Chess Tour. And maybe he can take some heart from this, what happened earlier in the Grand Chess Tour. That is Magnus Carlsen blundering the queen against Abdusattorov. And immediately there with the reaction, he resigned. And there we see it again. Such a topsy-turvy game. Magnus was completely winning, and a 1-move blunder cost him the game in the end. And David, when it comes to time scrambles, anything can happen.
That's right, Magnus actually earlier out there in Poland at the Grand Chess Tour said in the interview afterwards that his head just disappeared. His mind went as soon as he was down to seconds on the clock. We saw a blunder in a winning position against Abdusattorov out there. It's possible, if the clocks tick down, that Denis might actually have the steadier hand, the better nervous system. But Magnus, normally he's the master of bouncing back, of putting everything to one side and refocusing. So yeah, he's got to hope, at least Magnus, that those blitz games didn't get too under his skin, Tanya. A real shock, though, to see the world number 1 act like that.
And how many times have we seen Magnus, when he's had that kind of a loss, the beast in him comes out. He just becomes an even more dangerous Magnus, and that's a scary thought for a player. So it's going to be so much about what mood and what zone Magnus comes into this match. But David, I want to ask you about Denis Lazovic. We've seen him impress us so much time and time again throughout the Champions Chess Tour last season, in this one as well, in the Chess.com Classic. What is it about him that makes him perform at this level in these formats?
Well, it's a whole cocktail of things, of course. It always is at this level. He's got so many different skills, Tanya. But Denis, I think for me, his number 1 skill is the fact that he just seems kind of nerveless. Even the most complicated positions he's able to handle and turn back in his favor. When the clock ticks down, he's still able to produce a really high, kind of consistent level of move. And Denis, of course, if he gets his type of position in the slower, grindy, maybe endgame or strategic types, then he can outplay the very best. So Denis, just so impressive. I think for such a young age, it's rare to have that combination of everything. But Denis, yeah, he consistently proves it to us day on day, Tanya. Yesterday was so impressive, the way he defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi, but not the first time. He's done it before throughout the tour. He's done it over the board many times as well. Blitz, rapid chess, that's just his forte.
In the World Championship as well in Rapid and Blitz. I completely agree with you. And great breakdown there of what makes Denis Lazovic such a power force in these formats. And speaking of formats, it is different from our losers bracket because it will be once again a best of 4 between the players. 10 minutes, 2-second increment, a time format that we've gotten used to now, and 2.5 points gets you the match victory. The winner will advance to the winners final, while the loser of this match will drop down to the losers quarterfinals to face Alireza Firouzja, the one who loses between Magnus and Denis Lazovic. Armageddons might be incoming, but right now it is a long, rapid match with a best of 4. And Denis Lazovic, Magnus Carlsen, they're ready to go. Denis starts with the black pieces. Predictions. David, what's going to be on move number 1 here?
Oh, Magnus earlier today in the Grand Chess Tour was playing a variety of openings, but a lot of 1e4. So I'm going to say some kind of Spanish or Italian. How about you, Tanya?
I think we're going to see some anti-young player chess opening. I don't think we're going to see the classic e4, d4. Oh, I was just going to say d4, but d4 is on the board.
D4 is on the board. Magnus, of course, as we know, can play any opening under the sun. He's played E4, D4, A4. He's played everything. But it's the Catalan. Wow, using Denis's favorite opening against him. What do you make of this, Tanya?
Very cool idea, because it's always so complicated to kind of deal with this approach when your opponent plays something that you know that you're the master of. And general wisdom might be, don't go into your opponent's preparation, their key territory. But it also plays these mind games with them because they kind of know the best responses that are there in the position. So it can go either way. And I think this is a smart choice by Magnus. We've also seen him play this time and time again. It's an opening that you have to be prepared against the Catalan when you play against the world number 1. By the way, I have to ask you, David, how do you prepare against a player like Magnus? What do you think Denis has done to get ready for this match?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, the last time I played Magnus over the board was actually just before he gave up the World Championship crown. And I looked at the database for about 1 hour and I was like, okay, that's enough. He plays too much. It's either I spend the whole night, don't get any sleep, checking out all of these branches, these sidelines that he adopts, or I just go into the game with a clear mind. And I think actually at this top level, the players do enough homework on their own openings that that's enough. I don't think you can predict Magnus ever. And clearly Denis, I mean, spent over a minute now, Tanya. He didn't predict the Catalan. This is Magnus's World Championship repertoire. He maybe thought Magnus would go for that anti-young player chess you mentioned and go for sidelines, go for something less kind of direct. But Denis, what's he doing? He's frozen. He knows this inside out. He's played this position hundreds and hundreds of times himself from the white side. Surely he's got an idea in mind.
I'm shocked. You cannot afford to burn this kind of time so early on, but David, I think we've got some moves coming in, and we're not updated with our live board because Denis did take some decisions.
Okay, we'll wait to see what's happened there. He's just taken a pawn on c4, and wow, h4 from Magnus, Alpha Magnus over there. We'll catch up on that game if and when things speed up a bit. But talking of speeding up, it's the other game, Tanya. Wow, that one actually started later than the Carlsen against Lazovic clash. But Vincent Keymer, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, they've raced through the opening. I don't even know whether this is a middle game, end game, whatever you want to call it. Queens might be coming off. This is actually well-known theory. But yeah, both players clearly done their homework in this one at least.
That's not even a race. That's a sprint to this position. Look at the clock situation. Vincent Keymer with more time than what he started with. Right now offering a queen trade. But David, whatever I have seen of these positions, the games at top level chess, it's black needs to be precise to equalize because you do have these two weaknesses that you have to deal with. The isolated queen pawn on d5, which can come under fire once the bishop steps over to f3, and also the tender spot on a7. The rooks can double up on the a file or step over to the 7th rank. Very often, this actually results in a 4 versus 3 rook pawn endgame.
That's right, and that is holdable. So if the viewers at home, if you all imagine, just close your eyes now, think, oh, these bishops come off the board if they get traded, and white's B pawn disappears for the black A pawn, even if the central pawn disappears for black, that is a drawn endgame. If you know your stuff, and these top grandmasters, they tend to have rehearsed that type of position many, many times. So even though you're right, Tanya, white is kind of sitting pretty here with a nice solid advantage, white is risking precisely 0. More often than not, this position ends in a draw if black is confident in his defense. So the one thing I will mention about Duda, I've seen him, I think it was actually several years ago on the Champions Chess Tour, maybe even 2-3 years back now. I've seen him defend this exact position before. This is in his repertoire. He surely knows the ideas. Vincent, though, maybe thinks he's gone deeper. Maybe he thinks he knows a bit more than his Polish opponent here. But I've got to say, a draw, a massive favourite in terms of result in this one, even if Duda has to suffer for it, at least in the short term.
And I think it's pretty clear that Jan Krzysztof Duda knows exactly what he's doing. He's taken the time to kind of remember the way to equalize and neutralize all of white's play, and that's why he's touching the 7.5-minute mark. But so far, doing everything to perfection. Like you said, that this is part of familiar territory for Jan Krzysztof. And right now, white can't pick up a pawn for free. You can go rook takes pawn because the bishop cannot be taken. There's a back rank issue for black, but that doesn't even matter, David. One lift for the king, a move like g6, and I think that's the right way to go. You want to play g6, create that g7 square. Well, he goes king f8, also good, and then there's pressure on the b file, the bishop on b5, the pawn on b3, hangs after moves like d4, for example, bishop a4. There's d4 ideas. So this looks like we're going to have a 4 versus 3 position.
That's right. It looks like white will most likely retract his bishop now, just drop back to the a4 square to defend his pawn. And yeah, there, Duda has a bit of a choice. White's bishop is stuck, but you could very well imagine the pawn stepping forward to d4, black capturing this one with his bishop, and should be a draw. But this is what they call a memory test at the top level, right, Tanya? The top players, they often, especially with white in a game where they just want to avoid defeat, want to take the risk out, they test their opponent's memories. If their opponents pass the test, well done. It's a draw. Yay. We all go home happy. We move on to the next game. But if they don't pass the test, if Duda fails here, then white just gets an advantage and wins kind of effortlessly without needing to really activate his brain. So maybe this is just Vincent biding time, just getting through a game, recovering from his exertions in that Blitz tournament earlier. But in the meantime, d4, your move on the board. Do you see any chance of Vincent here making kind of any difficult questions for Duda?
And to your point, I think memory is such a gift for chess players. It's such a talent. And so far in this game, Jan Krzysztof Duda has made it clear that he's got enough of that gift. He does play it out to perfection. And this is what we were talking about earlier, David, where the bishops do get traded off. But this is theoretical. I don't want to say theoretical, but it feels like it should be a trivial draw for that level. But really, how trivial is it? After bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop, white has this extra pawn, the d pawn. It's a passer, but also a weakness on the board. You also have to watch out for the back rank attacks, as well as a attack on that d4 pawn. How easy is this to hold with black?
Ooh, I should say it's easy, but that's having studied rook and pawn endgames for hundreds of hours in my life. I say studied, I mean wasted hundreds of hours of my life studying these rook and pawn endgames. I've never had this exact one, although I will mention, if the bishops disappear, assuming black isn't able to deliver checkmate on the back rank, white will most likely play h4 in the near future, giving the white king some breathing space. That endgame has been lost by some very strong grandmasters, including Laurent Fressinet. I remember Michael Adams won this exact endgame with the extra d-pawn. I think Wang Hao had a game with this isolated d-pawn as well. A pawn is a pawn, as they say. If your opponent doesn't know how to defend, they suffer. You might get a win. I think 1-2 in every 10 games. The side with the extra pawn might win this one. You're playing percentages here for Vincent. I'm expecting him. Okay, he plays pawn to h3, very similar. I'm expecting him to at least apply some pressure, but ultimately this is 28 moves of theory, Tanya. Memory test passed by Duda. Now it's the endgame test, and I think we'll check back in maybe a bit later to see whether he passes this endgame exam.
I agree, and I think it's quite a strategic start by Vincent Keymer, where he's going into an endgame on the right side of our screen, which is basically a game for 2 results. You test your opponent whether they're able to hold it or not, and in a best of 4 long match, it makes a lot of sense to start like that. Meanwhile, none of that on the left side of our screen, where there are almost all the pieces on the board, a few pawns have been traded, and right now, temporarily, Denis Lazovic is up a pawn.
That's right. We see both sides, both games at least, in this clash in the winners bracket and the winners semi-finals. Both sides have sacrificed pawns. It was Duda who's given up a pawn in his game, and now it's Magnus who's given up a pawn. But Tanya, I'm almost lost for words. I'm kind of struggling to get the words out, because what is this? Why is there a pawn on h4? How is this relevant to White's position? White could have used that tempo to, I don't know, try and pick up the pawn he's down. And look at the bar, it's sliding away. I just want to backtrack slightly, very quickly here. Action replay. In this position, there's 3, 4, 5 even theoretical moves. The main move being queen to c2, picking up the c4 pawn. Knight e5 is another one, but queen c2, queen a4, everything is aimed towards picking back this pawn. Magnus says, I don't care, in the style of AlphaZero, in the style of Daniil Dubov, plays h4, question mark, not approved by the computer. But I mean, if we whiz forward to the kind of game position, not just there did he refuse to take the pawn, he could have taken it now. Magnus, he's maybe just forgotten how to count, or he's really condemning materialism, but knight c3, and what he's done in this position, I don't know. He's just lost another move with the white bishop. Tanya, it feels like if the black knight is just able to get out, if the black bishop gets out, then Denis is just winning. He's a pawn up. What potential hazards are there here? What's the compensation? Magnus is just blitzing. A4 is so mysterious.
He plays h4, then he plays on the other side of the board a4. It's kind of tough to see what his overall plan is, but right now with modern chess, it feels that these 2 pawns, the a pawn and Harry the h pawn, when they march up the board, it's never a bad idea. It's always something that can come and help you later on in the game. So h4 at any given point of time, David, I believe is a useful move. Right now, the big question is, can Magnus actually pick up that c4 pawn, or can Denis manage to hang on to it? Because that will decide really who plays for the advantage in this. I believe knight b5 is a big threat right now. With that last move, a4, Magnus wants to jump this knight with a tempo against the black queen and pick up the c4 pawn. If he manages to neutralize the material advantage, it's advantage Magnus then.
Yeah, fully correct. That's why Denis spots the threat and plays the most human move. He played pawn to a6, covering the b5 square. Magnus's knight couldn't get in that way, so it's going the other way. Knight to e4 instead, centralization. And yeah, the big question is, whether Magnus can ever win this pawn back. Note that it's not actually attacked. Queen takes pawn. For example, if black were to just move, queen takes c4 would walk into a discovered attack. Bishop takes f2 check, and the white queen would be undefended on that square. So Magnus's next move is more likely going to be rook to c1. I was going to say, no, it's a5. Okay, en passant, in the air, if black ever pushes the b pawn. Really clever little move there. So pushing the b pawn now would run into a capture on b6. What do you think? Is Magnus holding the balance? Maybe I was being too harsh on this idea. It's just, I'm too classically trained, Tanya. h4, it's just blown my mind.
Queen e4, b5 has been played. And again, I think, David, h4 not being relevant to the action on the queen side, completely understand that sentiment. It might come back to haunt Magnus in this position, because look at the way Denis is playing with tempo on the queen side as well. You can pick up the c4 pawn, but watch out for the weakness on b2. But this is getting crazy and out of hand. The e5 pawn is under attack. The c4 pawn is under attack. White's b2 is a big weakness. Magnus takes a breather. I think he's enjoying the tactics that exist in the position. Looks pretty chill on camera. Bishop c3, a consolidating move. The moves are coming in fast and quick. Magnus doesn't care about the pawns. He's not picking up the c4 pawn. Queen to f5, attacking that knight on d7. It's every move comes in with a threat.
Yeah, it's actually impressive the way Magnus has held a big advantage over the clock on the last few moves. Denis has tried to play quickly. It's noticeable. Denis, normally the name of the game for him is accuracy. He would rather spend more time and find the best move. But Denis, you can tell he's tried to up his speed. He's been willing to give back the c4 pawn. Magnus could have taken the c4 pawn half a dozen times now. But no, Magnus keeps asking different and difficult questions. This time, like you said, attacking the knight, attacking this pawn. Actually, if knight takes on e5, if the queen ever takes, there's always going to be threats against the black king. Ooh, pawn to e4, Tanya. This is getting complicated now. Denis, trying to simplify.
Absolutely, David. And I think both of us were surprised because it just opens the sniper on c3, and one can just imagine so many threats coming on to g7. But be careful with black's queen on b6, having the flexibility to slide over to the king side. You might be able to defend that checkmate. The big question is what happens after the white queen picks up that knight on d7, gives up that knight on f3, and then to recapture with the pawn. How do we evaluate that?
Yeah, let's just jump in to show this, Tanya. I'm expecting Magnus to play this, but it's a critical moment. Lots of captures in mind, so he's going to take a bit of a longer think. And here, I like your move, pawn takes pawn. And if white gets one more time, queen to g4, threatening checkmate on g7, white is simply going to win a pawn. Finally, he might get greedy and take on c4. I still think white's risking nothing, level material though. But the question is whether black is able to trade off bishops. I'm not sure which rook he should use, but maybe the idea is to trade this beautiful bishop off. And then Denis is safe. So Magnus is actually thinking, if we go back to the game position, in this position, maybe he's not going to take back. First, he plays queen g4. Great accuracy from the world number one. Threatening a mate now on g7 and not allowing bishop to d4 yet. He'll only capture back on f3 at will. Maybe even with his bishop on the next turn. White is better now, Tanya.
That's actually awesome. This intermezzo, this intermediate move of queen g4 keeps the initiative going. Magnus Carlsen just always so precise with his move order. Now he captures with the bishop. If you trade on g4, yes, you can go into an endgame, but I still think that's a lot for white to play for because black's got two weaknesses on the board. With a move like rook a4, c4 pawn can come under fire eventually. The rooks can double up on the a file. Meanwhile, that bishop on c3 plays a great defender to white's only weakness on the board, which is why Denis decides to trade off one of the bishops.
Wow, Magnus takes back with the pawn. I thought he might take back with the queen, keeping more pieces on the board. And Magnus also doubling his pawns now. So whether it's doubled f pawns or double g pawns when the queens disappear, Magnus's structure no longer good enough to win a rook endgame, for example. So white's bishop is better than the black bishop because white's bishop is protected by a pawn. It's anchored permanently on the square. Tanya, I think Denis desperately needs to trade off bishops in order to save this game, in order to get towards a draw. In the meantime, talking of rook endgames and talking of draws, Vincent Keymer against Jan-Krzysztof Duda has ended in a draw the first game, as expected, Tanya.
And you know what, David? I think this one we might be also seeing a 4 versus 3 rook pawn ending appear on the board. Once the queens are traded off the board, we can imagine the bishops being traded off and then black losing the 2 queenside pawns while winning the b pawn. But it comes down to the pawn formation on the king side. Visualize the white's 4 pawns but doubled up on the g line against Denis's 3 pawns. And I think that should be a relatively easy hold for Denis.
Yep. 100% agree. And look at this. He's trading off the bishops. Exactly the antidote you prescribed. If the bishops disappear, you should be safe. And there we go. It's worth the cost of a pawn. Just to highlight, the double G pawns will never get past. They will never get through. And Denis is getting ready to activate his rook, defending, but also attacking. Yeah, Magnus is better, but I don't think it's enough. Shouldn't be enough to win this game. Tanya, do you think the clock will play any role at all? 4 minutes against 1?
But we've seen Denis be so good with just seconds on the clock. He's got this incredible ability to play precisely and correctly in endgames, playing on seconds. And I think that's one of the reasons we find him in these quick play formats, in Fast and Furious and Speed Chess, really outperform and beat players way above his rating bracket. Rook e8 on the board, a really nice move like you pointed out. You've got active squares like e2 to come onto. You've got active squares like e4 to get into. The rook on b3, really tying down white's rook on c1. Rook e2, a natural looking move, and the bar shot up for white. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, the bar shot up temporarily, now recorrecting itself. I'm not sure whether there was a kind of one-off golden opportunity for Magnus or not, but either way now he's been forced to go passive. He will, however, win a second pawn in the near future. Rook takes c4 is incoming, but I do wonder whether black now can just go for the counterpart, the c3 pawn, with this rook, with the other rook, kind of surround it, win it, and that's what Denis is going for. He surely, with 35 seconds, still has enough time. Question mark giving to this last move. Tanya, this is getting really complicated, or really sophisticated now.
And this is so strange, and that's why rook pawn endings are so freaking complex. You play the most natural looking rook activating moves, but they're imprecise, and still hard to understand why that question mark's been given. I would think that this is the move that 10 out of 10 chess players in the world, including the best ones, would probably end up making. And we've got the blue arrow saying h5 is the way to go.
Wow, Tanya, I was a bit naughty there. I did cheat and check the engine. h5, this is predicated on a checkmating attack. This is out of the blue, so white doesn't even get greedy. But now if the black rook takes a pawn, suddenly white would give a check, the black king moves, and suddenly there are ideas like rook to f8. If the black pawn saves itself, then be careful, rook to e1, I'm coming in, behind, and the black king is simply mated and trapped. This would actually be game over instantly, so Magnus doesn't spot this, but this is incredibly difficult. And if we go back to the game, he gave a check. Maybe he could still have played h5, but now it looks like the game should be back to level. Should fizzle out towards a draw. The black king no longer attacked by 2 white rooks. And Tanya, if c3 goes, it's what you said, 4 versus 3, not enough.
No, that's not going to be enough. And I think 28 seconds or 20 seconds in that position will be enough for Denis Lazovic to hold. Magnus can start putting pressure against that f7 pawn. But I think, again, you do end up losing c3, but just a move later. Black simply defends it with a move like f6. And then c3 eventually will fall. I'm still expecting a 4 versus 3 in this one. And David, if Denis manages to hold this game 1 with the black pieces, I think that's a dream start for the 17-year-old.
That will be huge, Tanya. You're right. He's been under pressure, Denis. Let's face it, from the off. He might have had an objectively better position maybe from the opening, but Denis was always down on time. Magnus was trying to catch him out there. But in the meantime, there have been some extra moves, a few trades, 4 versus 3, however. And yeah, it feels like Magnus, again, applied pressure, just like Vincent was doing in the other game. But all rook endgames, are they drawn, Tanya? That's the big question.
Not when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. How many times have we said that Magnus has just outplayed his opponent in an equal position? But right now, I really like what Denis is doing. He's doubled up on the d file to try and offer some rook trades along it, which Magnus immediately stops with the move rook a4. So no more ideas of trading the rook. But that just means that white's rooks, Magnus's rooks, are unable to create activity of their own. One of them leaves the 4th rank, and Denis will start chasing with the idea of a rook trade. Rook f4 played. I think this one's heading to a draw. And I know it's Magnus Carlsen, and we know his endgame touch. But David, I'm predicting a draw in this one. What about you?
Yes, I say it reluctantly because I want to see blood spilled on the board, but Denis is doing everything right. Rook, double rook now on the 2nd rank, tying down one of Magnus's rooks. And it's what you said earlier. If the double rook kind of combo disappears, if there's one set of exchanges and it's just a pure 1 rook endgame, then dead draw. Denis would draw that in his sleep against anyone in the world, even against AlphaZero. But Magnus desperately trying to cling on with both rooks. It's only the clock. That's the one ingredient that could spoil this for Denis. I think Magnus at some point might play a move like g5 or h5 just to at least change the pawn structure. There we go. At least try to create a pawn majority, but still should be within the drawing regions here, drawing territory. I think there might be a twist or turn ahead. Magnus might get one chance. It should be a draw, surely.
If Magnus gets one chance, he's going to be all over it. He's traded off a couple of pawns, which means black edges closer to the draw, but it also means you change the pawn structure. The f-pawn is now a weakness that you have to keep intact, and white is able to defend the f2 pawn and put pressure on f6 at the same time by placing the rook on f4. So Denis still has to be a little careful, and oh my god, is this the big chance? What has Denis missed?
Wow, I don't think it's even tactical. I think Denis has just put his king on the wrong side. Denis's king is getting caught now in the crossfire. The king doesn't have too many safe squares, and it's actually trapped between its rooks almost. Tanya, it feels like Magnus is improving. I'm not sure where the win is, but he's getting close.
And one gets the feeling that Magnus knows. I don't know if you saw that, but that was a reaction from Magnus on the camera. He just had a different stance once he got g4 in. He senses it. He senses that the position has changed. His winning chances here. David, you've got to break this down for us. How does Magnus convert this? Is the f-pawn just about to fall?
Ooh, it would have done. If the black king had moved, the f-pawn would have dropped on the 6th rank. Now the big question for Magnus is to trade or not to trade. Maybe he can just go up to the 7th rank. He wants to give a check from behind. If you can drive the black king further away, then trading one set of rooks might be okay because the white king is going to march towards the black f-pawn. I think Magnus has to combine an attack against the black king with an advance of his own king. And okay, he goes passive instead with one rook, but it's all about the f-pawn. I think actually long-term this is winning. There's going to be rook h6. There's going to be g5 if you pin along the 6th rank. I think Denis just put his king on the wrong side. The black king needed to be on the other side of its pawn. And okay, here we go. Magnus is going to drive the black king too far away. He's found it,
Don't
Tanya.
want to take with the f-pawn, because that would mean a rook trade on the 6th rank. So he's forced to take with the king, allowing the checks on f5. This is all over for Denis Lazovic. Magnus Carlsen continues to create magic in these endgame, and look at the flawless technique.
Wow, g5. I was going to say go the long way around. The white king could have walked up the board, but why not this way? And now the black king, note how it's cut off. The black king can never pass the e-file. And yeah, white's f-pawn now is going to cost black his rook. Magnus magic. How many times do we say that, Tanya? Every single game. He's done it again. Denis resigns.
Magnus Carlsen does it again and again. It is unreal, the endgame play that we see from the world #1 in a position that was an absolute draw. The endgame touch, the Magnus touch strikes again. How do you stop this guy? David, no one seems to have the answer to that question.
No, nobody can fight Magnus in that type of form, in that type of endgame. Magnus is unique in that way. That's what's given him the edge over so many years at the top of world chess. And impressive stuff. Heartbreaking for Denis, you've got to say. But ultimately, Magnus, his perseverance paid off. And that's the small margins at this top level. Magnus takes the win, he takes the lead, and becomes an even bigger favourite, Tanya.
And that's heartbreaking because Denis had this. He had this under control. He was so close to wrapping game 1 with a draw. But it's never over when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. And when the queens are off the board, it's unbelievable. The endgame that Magnus plays, just the way he squeezes water out of stone in these positions. How many times have we seen that happen? And for Denis Lazovic, he stays on the screen. He has to get ready for that second game. It just feels like, David, when you lose that kind of a game that Denis just did, he also has to fight a battle in his own mind.
Yeah, it's all psychological. There we saw the kind of victory kind of nod from Magnus as he realized he got the dub. And for Denis, his pose, his posture rarely changes. He rarely gets flustered, but if anything is going to get under your skin and really irk you as a chess player, it is losing a drawn endgame. So for Denis, it's about recovery. He's still in it. It's a long, long match, as you mentioned earlier.
I'm just still reeling in from this. I mean, just how impressive Magnus's technique is. His ability to flawlessly convert winning positions, but also just win positions which are draw or he's worse in. I mean, the guy is just unstoppable. It's, David, I don't know what kind of time we're living in where I haven't seen this kind of play. It's chess from another planet. And what we haven't seen as well is a chess themed browser until now. We are so excited to announce that Opera is the internet browser for chess enthusiasts all across the world with Chess.com integrations on both the mobile and the desktop. Opera guarantees that the chess community is only a tap away, and it's free to download. So use the command chess browser in chat or visit go.chess.com/opera to take the Opera browser for a test ride. The first ever chess themed browser. David, I know you've been using it. I've seen you using it during the Champions Chess Tour. You've been having some fun with Opera.
In general, but I especially love the Opera browser. I have been known to play some sneaky blitz bullet games at work when people aren't looking, and this is the perfect one for it. Yeah, you have a special inbuilt Chess.com kind of tab that you can close if your boss comes nearby. So if anyone who's watching this sneakily at work, this broadcast, then yeah, this is the browser for you.
Pro tip right there by David Howell, how to get in all those chess games in. And we've got more chess games coming up right now. It is going to be a game 2, a big one for the Jan Christoph Duda, Vincent Keymer. It was a draw in round 1. Denis Lazovic. David, what are the positive takeaways for Denis from game 1 against Magnus?
Positive takeaway is that he held his own for 90% of that game. Maybe a bit passive, maybe just playing purely for the draw, not believing he can beat Magnus when he was a pawn up. But yeah, Denis, he knows he held his own. He knows that 90% of the time he would have held that endgame. It just happened to be one of those few exceptions that things went a bit wrong. So we see him going through the motions there, kind of mulling over maybe that past game. He needs to move on. He needs to refocus. Denis has always been more dangerous with the white pieces, and he still has 2 whites left from the remaining 3 regulation games. So still plenty of time ahead. He's been here before, Denis. We've seen him multiple times in matches, Tanya, up his game when he needs to. And yeah, still, he's just got to forget. That's the main thing as a chess player. Don't dwell on past mistakes.
And that's exactly the point, right? The positive takeaway that you mentioned, that you have so much under control and you get this position against the world number 1. You're holding it in the rook pawn ending. It feels like a big highlight and something you should take strength from. But then thinking that you couldn't even hold that position against Magnus Carlsen can play nightmares in your own head going forward in the match.
Don't get me wrong, Tanya. I would be dwelling as well. I would have nightmares about it. It would be all I can think about. But we can only give us advice as commentators. And for Denis, young Denis, he needs to forget. Magnus, meanwhile, on the other hand, he'll think if he can win that, he can win anything. And Magnus, we saw his reaction after a blunder over the board in Poland. But we shouldn't forget that was early today. And actually, he's been on a bit of a winning streak ever since. Magnus taking the first win today at the Chess.com Classic. But he was also winning all of those blitz games towards the end of the day out there in Poland. So he's on a roll. And Magnus on a roll, it's hard to stop.
Just Magnus is hard to stop. It's just, he is such a dangerous opponent. As they say that an off-form Magnus is the 3rd best player in the world. A drunk Magnus is the 2nd best player in the world. And Magnus Carlsen is the best player in the world. But Denis Lazovic, it is going to be an uphill task. He does start with the white pieces. How critical is it for Denis in a best of 4? He's got 2 whites to make the most of this game, David.
He will want to make the most of it, Denis, as he starts with his customary pawn to d4. He's a queen's pawn opening player through and through. But yeah, I think number 1, Tanya, it's only been 1 defeat, but you don't want to allow the bleeding to continue. He cannot lose this game, Denis Lazovic. A draw is fine. He still has another white potentially at the end of the match. But yeah, he won't want to take too many risks. I think Denis will want to get a position that he knows just better than Magnus, because in the last one, he was surprised early and that cost him on the clock. Meanwhile, Queen's Gambit declined, and it's the Magnus variation, as I like to call it. Pawn to a6, pawn to h6. It looks provocative, but it's playable. Modern chess, Tanya.
David, you say a position that Magnus doesn't know well. Is there such a position that exists? I'm not so sure about that. And in game 1, we saw Magnus go with h4 and a4. It feels like rook pawn moves are becoming Magnus's favorites on the board.
Yeah, what were we calling him? Alpha Magnus? Carlsen 0, whatever we call him, he's the pro at these rook pawn moves. Meanwhile, Denis playing bishop to e5. I must admit, I'm not the biggest opening theoretician, especially in the Queen's Gambit, but bishop to e5 looks like a bit of an odd one to me. It's quite a rare move as far as I know, just planting the bishop there and saying, take me, please take me. And that will be replaced by a strong knight in the center of the board. Black commits his king, and now Denis. What do you think, Tanya? Is he just going to castle shorts? Or is he going to hint, I was going to say, at some pawn storm against the black king? Pawn to g4, pawn to g5. What's on his radar?
That is so committal to play g4. And the big question will be, is that clever or is that rattled by Denis Lazovic? Because then you're only eyeing for safety on the queen side, as you're pointing out. And that would mean a race to each other's king. I think this next move will really show us Denis's mindset into this game. Does he want to play for strategic advantages in this kind of a Carlsbad structure, short side castle, look for a future minority attack on the queen side, or will he go for g4? Predictions, David. Oh.
It's Denis Lazovic. Of course, he's not going to just speculate and play some dubious attack against Magnus. Of course, he'll play the classical way. Denis is so well trained positionally. And yeah, that white knight now looking really nice in the middle of the board. But Magnus Carlsen, or Magnus Carlsbad, as I sometimes like to call him, he loves the Carlsbad structure. That being said, he breaks the structure now and he aims to trade off in the center. Note how the white d pawn is tied down defending its knight, so cannot move itself. What do you make of this decision, Tanya? It looks like Magnus is just playing for equality now.
It's a big question in the center. And again, I thought that Magnus would simply continue with development, take out that knight to d7. But instead, well, a committal move there. c5. Like you said, you can't take on c5. And look at Magnus's reaction. It looks like he played it, but he's not happy with his own decision.
Yeah. What was that from Magnus? You often see him shake his head, but you rarely at least see him kind of make gestures being like, oh, that was silly. I don't think it's a tactical blunder. It looks like it works fine. It doesn't lose a pawn or anything. I think maybe just strategically he's not too happy with the way the openings turned out because it's very much black playing for a draw. Pawn to a4. Magnus reacts again. I'm fixated on the camera now, Tanya, since you pointed it out. a4 feels like a step in the wrong direction. Black wasn't going to expand on that flank anyway. And now Magnus has the opportunity to give white an isolated pawn. You have like neutral IQP, isolated pawn, queen to pawn positions. Looks fine to me. We'll have to ask Magnus about that if we get the chance.
Very strange there. And as this one develops, it's going to be a big fight. A big fight is on our other board as well. David, I've got one eye on it right now. Crazy things are happening, and I really want to draw your attention to Jan-Krzysztof Duda once again hitting the chaos button with the white pieces. Take a look at this. What on earth is going on? White has sacrificed a piece on the right side of the screen.
Whoa. I mean, respect to Denis Lazovic and Magnus Carlsen, but that opening looks dull in comparison. Duda has dropped a bomb on the other winner semi-final. Vincent Keymer is a piece up, but the black king is so open right now. The white bishop on the dart square looks really well placed, and double exclamation point from Vincent Keymer there, giving away his pawn for free, giving up the rook as well. He'll still be doing well materially, because he's currently a piece up, Vincent, but that is counterintuitive. He's just aiming to shut down the white rook, not letting the f-file open up. And look at this white bishop entombed on h1. Tanya, this is actually, I'm going to say, relatively well-known theory at the top level until the last couple of moves, but what do you make of the current position? Who's better prepared? Who's going to be enjoying this position, this mess more?
I've never seen this position that we have in front of us right now, ever. It's absolutely wild, right? Currently, white has just one pawn for a piece. You can pick up the rook, but then you lose a very key piece in the attack. That bishop on h6 is such a power bishop in white's position. It's kind of the gem and glory for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and he doesn't give it up. And I think that's the right path. You have to play for initiative. You have to play for the kill against that black king. A double attack there. Black will have to fall back or defend the knight. You pick up. Queen takes pawn with a deadly threat of a check coming on to g5. That's not just going to be a check. It's going to be a checkmate.
Yeah, huge two-move threat here. Vincent kind of, all I can do is watch the cameras now. Just kind of nodding his head there, like, oh yeah, that's a good move. Now I have to defend. I'm expecting, like you say, the black knight to drop back. And if we jump in just for a second as Jan-Krzysztof Duda makes a T for himself, then knight to c6 I'm expecting. Queen takes e3. I love showing checkmates on the board. This would be deadly if white gets one or two more moves, a queen check. I think black just has to defend with his knight. Drop the knight back, cover this square that the queen wanted to use. And like you said, Tanya, bishop takes rook is always on tap. You can play it now. White has a rook and two pawns for the two black knights. So white's actually slightly ahead on material, but the white bishop is so bad right now. The black pawn on h3 is a real thorn in the side forever. And this one is just anyone's game. It looks crazy, and that's what we love, right, as commentators?
Love it. And that's what we come to expect with Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He just has such a combative, energetic style of play. We saw him do that yesterday. Yesterday against Alireza, Firouzja as well. It's dangerous Duda all along. By the way, a5 on the board, so he keeps the knight on b4. Also eyeing that c2 square once the queen moves away. But I'm with you, David, that queen takes pawn. First, black has to deal with a check and expecting that knight from f6 to fall back. It's a wild position, and with a material imbalance, would you rather be white here or black in this position?
Oof. I think I'm more used to being black because I very rarely sacrifice a piece. I think the last time I sacrificed a piece was 2003, but I'm just looking at the two player styles.
So materialistic.
I know. It's my biggest strength and my biggest weakness combined, but for Duda, I'm going to say his biggest strength is in really kind of unwieldy, imbalanced positions where one side has a rook, or the other has minor pieces, or sometimes one side has a queen, the other side has a rook and bishop. He's so good when there's a material imbalance. I think maybe he's the best in the world, Duda, at that type of position, in my opinion. So in terms of style, I think this favors him more than it does Vincent Keymer, who's, as we mentioned earlier, influenced by our good friend Peter Lecko, who's maybe more positionally inclined. So I'm going to say white's a favorite, even if I would probably choose black. How about yourself?
I would pick white here. And I love that black's king is in the open. It's a bit unsafe right now. Yes, that bishop on h1 stuck behind the pawn, but it's one move away from getting active. Also having those 2 pawns in the rook versus 2 minor pieces. Do the math. Feels like an extra pawn to me. I'm liking white's pawn structure. All 8 pawns on the board. A central pawn advance, pawn storm rolling up. I'm picking white on this one. And like you said, for Vincent, stylistically, not his position because there's no apparent cemento coming up.
Ah, Peter, where is he when we need him? Cemento. That is what both players might be looking for in the near future. Tanya, this is shaping up to be a really fascinating encounter, I've got to say. But maybe we just zoom out temporarily to the bird's eye view. It looks like both sides just improving their pawn structure and their pieces in the near future. The Magnus game has evolved. There's been a lot of action, a lot of exchanges. So I'm quite keen to jump over there and ask your opinion, whether you think Magnus has been making progress, level material. But what do you make of this pawn structure?
I'm quickly trying to do the math here. It's equal number of pawns. The material balance is there, but there's a pin along the d file. That last move by Magnus, pushing the c pawn, attacking d4. It's a question that needs to be answered. Expecting Denis Lazovic to simply slide over with the rook, put the rooks on the d file. I think rook from a1 wants to come over to d1. It feels like it's quite balanced so far, and I think Magnus has managed to keep things under control. No rook d1, but d5. Is that an attempt to keep more tension on the board?
Yeah, it looks that way, Tanya. I agree. Maybe one of the rooks to d1 most likely would have ended in a draw. But Denis knows he's behind in the match, knows that he has the premium of the white pieces. So, yeah, I do feel, though, this could backfire. I can imagine a black rook landing on b4, a black bishop coming out to b5. White's queenside pawns are going to come under some serious pressure. And wow, Magnus doesn't even care about that flank. He's going for the center. He's going to push his pawn even further forward. Yeah, I've got to say, I don't see any danger in black's future. I think Denis, he's got to control this game somehow. He's got to escape with his life in this one. Tanya, am I being too biased? I'd pick black.
I fully get what you're saying, and it feels like it's all turned around with this last move d5 because Magnus is all over the board right now. He's got this pawn storm on the king side. You can imagine an f4 coming in as well with potential ideas of creating a passer with that e-pawn. He controls the open b file, the only open line. b2 is definitely far more tender than black's weaknesses on c5 and a6, nicely guarded by that queen on d6 that plays a brilliant role of even blocking that d pawn from moving further. And with no pieces that can actually put pressure on that d6 queen, no knights on the board, that queen feels very strong and safe on that square. Magnus, I think he's enjoying this. He's liking his position, and I think he's got good chances in this one.
Yeah, again, it's just that experience of watching so many Magnus games, and it feels like once he eliminates all the tactics, once he's got enough strategic control, he's a hard one to stop. Also, I'm looking at the clock, Denis, with just over half of his opponent's time. So, again, that kind of storyline repeating itself, queen to c3 played. I quite like that one indirectly, maybe eyeing up the c5 pawn if the white bishop ever moves. Black just does have these weaknesses, so you need to remind your opponents of them. Pawn to b3, maybe in the near future, just to shore up your queenside. But very much Magnus in the driver's seat. I'm torn. Wow, f4, Tanya. I was going to say, which
it's
game
F4
do
for
we
the
stick
score.
to? F4.
Things are getting really spicy in this one. The other game's really blowing up as well. I think, David, we will jump back to this because we're expecting a kingside attack here by Magnus and his pawns. But let's quickly check in with our other board as well. We saw a piece sacrifice by Jan Krzysztof Duda. He's picked up that rook on f8. It's rook for 2 pieces. This is the position that we were debating on. I liked white. You liked black. Are you still sticking to your earlier pick?
Yes, but not with too much confidence, Tanya. I still feel like the board on our right there, it's anyone's game. It's just about who's quicker, who's better, who's stronger in this type of position. I said Duda, maybe one of the best in the world, and this material imbalance. But it looks like Vincent's done all the right things. The black knights will soon have some stable squares to sit on. So the white bishop in the corner as well, still buried. So yeah, Duda still with some questions to answer. But you mentioned staying with Magnus. I think we'll do that for now, but we will update everyone, of course, with the Duda against Keymer clash. So queen to b3 from Denis, aiming to slide in. he wants those queens off. It tends to be his strategy. A winning strategy for Denis throughout Champions Chess Tour matches. I like it, Tanya. I think that's a really clever resource. If the queens come off, black's attack with these pawns will somewhat fizzle out.
If queens come off, it's definitely advantage Denis, because then the c5 and the a6 weakness will be a lot to deal with for Magnus. I'm still not writing him off in any endgame. We've seen what he's capable of, but I think that's the dream with white here. The big question is, does Magnus have time to blow open with either f3? I wanted to say e3, but I believe that's a pawn sacrifice. e3, I don't think e3 works right now.
Ooh, I could see Magnus maybe playing e3 and after pawn takes, then play f3. That's the kind of thing Magnus loves to do. This Magnus 2.0 who loves his pawn sacrifices and inspired by AlphaZero, as we've seen with all these rook pawn pushes. It does feel unnecessarily speculative right now. Why give up a pawn just for the sake of it? White's king looks safe enough with its bodyguard, the bishop on f1 next to it. But I like your other idea, Tanya. f3 looks extremely tempting.
I love your idea, David. I'm going to say that. And the more Magnus thinks, I'm inclined to believe he's got this pawn sacrifice on his radar. A position that'll be very difficult practically to play with under 3 minutes for Denis Lazovic. And the line that you're suggesting is e3, pawn takes pawn, don't recapture on e3, but push that f-pawn to expose White's king on g1. Magnus Carlsen definitely thinking about it. David, is he going to go for it?
Ooh, the longer he thinks, the more he might get tempted. Normally, the top players, they stop when they smell something. They just sense something a bit fruity, a bit crazy, spicy. But yeah, Magnus's safe move might be rook to b8. Maybe it's just the fact that he's ahead in the match. He'll take the safe approach, just kicking the queen. He does go for it though, pawn to e3. I love the spirit behind it, but it's a risk, Tanya.
It's a risk, but the bar, it didn't react. David, perhaps the best move in the position. e3 really creating his chances. We've got a game for all three results. Magnus doesn't want to play safe. He doesn't want to play cautious chess. He's going for it. And f3 incoming. It's got to be f3 at this point.
Yeah, the blue arrow made its appearance. The computer agrees f3 is best. And like you said A, you've got to say B. Magnus is a pawn down, but the white king now being shorn of its protection. Wow, this is crazy. And actually, Tanya, I've got to thank you. I would never have found f3 here if you hadn't said e3 first. e3 was not even on my radar. I saw that square was protected. And then, whoa, e4 given a question mark, f2, the blue arrow? I would never have said this one. That is crazy. That is difficult. What's the idea, Tanya?
I think the point is, David, after f2, white is forced to take with the king, and you come in with your queen taking away the g1 square. Queen to h2, and I'm already threatening some deadly checks on the f-file. Could that be the killer plan here? f2, king takes pawn, come in with your queen for the kill on the king.
Wow, Tanya, I think you've nailed it. I think you've spotted it, but that's so difficult. This is where the players, of course, they don't see blue arrows, they don't see bars. To give away a pawn kind of for free, a second pawn actually, with a check, to lure the white king forward and then to come in with the black queen, that would be, I mean, another level of genius.
He's finding this.
Tough.
He's not missing it. He's gone f3, David. f2, it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Oh my God. Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he's capable. If anyone's capable, he is. But pawn to f2, you can tell by the pause, Tanya, the long pause. Oh my God, he's played it.
He does it. He does it. Magnus Carlsen goes on finding the best moves in the position, and the queen lands on h2.
Wow, I think I would never find that in a million years, and I think most grandmasters would never find that, especially in a kind of blitz rapid game, under 3 minutes on the clock here. But queen h2, that's the star move, Tanya. f2 check. Every top GM looks for checks first, but then you stop. You think white's king was sneaking its way back into the corner, but no longer. The black queen is the jailer, keeping the white king out of freedom right now, out of the safety net of the corner. And like you said, checks coming. The white king is bare. No real protection. It's a big investment though. White's 2 pawns up. If he survives, Denis wins.
David, you're being too humble there by saying you wouldn't find this. I think if I could spot queen h2, you would play this in the blink of an eye. That's just you being too kind right now.
Maybe in classical, but no chance in blitz or rapid. No chance.
I would actually think that this is ideal for bullet and blitz, because king's safety is of paramount importance right now. And with just a minute on the clock, look at that. You're so inclined to make big mistakes, and Magnus once again playing all over the board. We were looking at a check. He's eyeing the b2 pawn first.
Yeah, this poor white king is getting hit from every single angle right now. King's best friend is a knight, but white doesn't have any defenders. White doesn't have any protection around it, and I'm already seeing some tactics. Now there's some checks. Where's the white king going? The blue... Oh, that darned blue arrow. Rook to b4. That's a tough one, I've got to say, Tanya. But just trying to capture this pawn. I think Magnus is going to find that one. Ooh.
Rook f8 check. That is the most human move in the position. You put the king in further danger, and Magnus sacrificing a third pawn in this game.
Oh my god, who cares about pawns? He's trying to rip open the black, the lines for the black pieces. It's all about the b file right now. If the black rook gets in, checkmate, or win a material, game over. c4, rook takes pawn, we should mention, walks into a pin. The black bishop comes to life and wins material. This is another level. This is game of the tournament so far, or at least in the winners semi-finals today, Tanya. B takes c4. Surely there's a check. Surely there's a knockout blow now.
Rip open the b file, and that's going to be ripped for the king very soon, is the kind of feeling that we get. Denis's king out in the open, the rook's coming in, all the heavy pieces in the attack. David, with 3 extra pawns guarding the king right now. c4, d5, e4 is the big shield. But is it going to be enough?
Wow, the white king, it's needing all of its best warriors around it, defended by these pawns, as you say, Tanya. If the queens come off, white wins. Game over. 3 pawns to the good. But, wow, Magnus is trying to get his pieces in and behind now. And Denis, 26 seconds. Defending is the hardest thing in the world. Queen c1, only move to survive. He doesn't find it. Magnus is winning, but how? Oh my gosh. Bishop to c2
this.
check.
And then rook b3 if you capture the bishop. You win the queen on e3. Magnus Carlsen doesn't miss this. He's going to play bishop to c2. David, he's got this one. He sacrificed 3 pawns. He's going to sacrifice the bishop for the win.
He has to. He has to find it. He has to play it. There's nothing else. And white is actually consolidating with the extra 3 pawns. If white gets more time to play like bishop f3 or bishop g4 to come in with a check, white is going to win this game. So Magnus, he's shaking his head. Magnus actually hates winning queens, by the way. A little tip I should mention about him. Here, white would get a rook, bishop, and still maintain pawns for the queen. So bishop to c2, check. Will he find it? I'll show it if he doesn't, but bishop c2, check. He's got to play it, Tanya.
David, I think he's going to find it, but it's about evaluating that end position. Bishop c2, you give up the bishop, you give up the rook for the queen, you're down 3 pawns already. It's about how Magnus Carlsen evaluates that final position.
Yeah, but if there are no other options, then you have to go for it. Magnus now about to tick under the 1 minute mark. Denis has been under for a long, long time. But amazing defense, I've got to say, from Denis. It would have been so easy to collapse in the face of these shocks, these kind of throwaway sacrifices. Tanya, rook f2. What is that? Oh my god. I don't even see. Queen takes rook.
Is that legal? Is that legal? Can you play rook f2 in this position?
Queen takes rook. Denis finds the best move, queen c1.
What was queen takes rook? David, really quickly tell us, what was wrong with just picking up the free rook?
Okay, it's Magnus's move. We're going to dive in very, very quickly. Just backtrack here. Queen takes rook would have walked into bishop c2 check and mate in 6. Rook takes c2, rook b3, queen g5 from Magnus Carlsen. This is another level, and checkmate. We'll jump back to the game, though, where the players are throwing the moves in. Denis has won a rook, but Magnus has given up material, and Magnus is going to win the white queen. What's happening here, Tanya? Is Magnus winning? There's still so many pawns left, though.
It's queen and bishop for 2 rooks and 3 pawns in the center. Magnus has to fight against that white king. Materially, it's still looking good for Denis. If the pawns roll down the board, that would be chances Denis right now. But with the attack against the rook and the king, it's difficult. Giving a check. The rook has to fall back. Another check.
Wow. This is so easy to get confused in.
Oof.
Tanya, it's not over. The position repeating itself twice now. Magnus needs to find a new way forward, but it's so scary if these pawns start advancing.
Will he? Or is he just going to repeat?
Magnus, 20 seconds. He said it himself. His head went earlier today out there in Poland when the clock ticked down. How much risk is he going to take? He plays on, Magnus.
Magnus Carlsen goes for the win. He doesn't repeat in this position. It's game on, but the c-pawn is marching down the board. It looks like Denis has made some progress here.
Yeah, this is still a 3-result game. White can play rook c2, push the pawn forward to c7. Magnus, again on the camera, gesturing there. Rook c2. This is turning. Denis is alive and kicking. Oh my god, c7 might be the only move. White's about to make a new queen.
You can give a check on d6. The queen is coming into g3. This is crazy. A game for all 3 results. The bar is level. Draw is the least likely of it. White is about to queen with a check on c8. You don't have time to pick up the rook on g2. I think this is the moment. You repeat here. But is there a repetition?
But how? There was no repetition. Denis is playing for the win, and Denis has won the black bishop. Look at Magnus on the camera, smiling, shaking his head. He knows he's blown it, and Magnus is fighting for his life now. Magnus is fighting for a draw. White will not lose this one.
And David, I think you should be able to earn the draw at this moment with the checks, but Magnus instead picks up the d5 pawn. I think Magnus is still playing for the win here.
Yeah, I spoke too soon. Curse of the commentator. I thought the white d-pawn would stay alive, but he dropped it. Denis, pretty much for free. It's still a draw. Black shouldn't be able to create a pass pawn on the king's side. And Denis's rooks are perfectly aligned for a fortress. But yeah, still some chances here for Magnus Carlsen. It's all about the clock, Tanya. This has been one of the craziest up and down games of the whole event so far.
Absolute roller coaster. How impressive has Denis been trying to keep this position under control, doing everything right so far. Rook g4 was a big threat, winning the queen, stopped by Magnus, but that king on h4, it's looking a bit scary. And Magnus, he looks a bit frustrated on the camera.
He looks frustrated because he knows he's getting close again. He's had to win it all over again from square one, but it's still a draw. The white rooks hold the 3rd rank, they hold the line, they hold the door, and right now it should still be a draw. But he's going to try everything, Tanya. That's Magnus.
And still not repeating with checks. Magnus has the draw in his hand whenever he wants it, but he wants more. He's tying up white's rook to defend themselves. Can he find a way to actually push that g-pawn? He wants to combine that idea with threats of giving up the queen for the 2 rooks. So white has to watch out for a check like that.
He does. He has to watch out. But Magnus leans back, exhales, and repeats the position. It's actually a draw by agreement. Magnus, look at that smile, Tanya.
Magnus Carlsen can't believe it. We can't believe it. Denis Lazovic better not believe what he's just done. Unbelievable stuff right there. That's a lot of belief in what I just said right now, David. But I'm out of words. What a performance by Denis in such a difficult position to hold against Magnus Carlsen. Very few players would have been able to achieve that. And with that, Denis keeps breathing in the match. He managed to draw the second one. He's still down by a point. Meanwhile, for Vincent Keymer, also takes the lead in his match with that game 2 win. David, what a crazy, crazy game that was. What was the big moment for you?
Wow, Tanya, that second game between Denis Lazovic and Magnus Carlsen was simply incredible. I recommend everyone to go over to Chess.com, go to the events page, check that one out, analyze it for hours, have fun playing through the variations, the checkmates, because there was a lot to break down. But I'm actually going to show the decisive game of the round, the closing stages of Duda against Keymer. We neglected to follow it. We missed the closing stages. And actually, for a long time, it was just dead level. I thought this was going to fizzle out towards a draw. This position, we mentioned that white had sacrificed material earlier. Black has a knight versus 3 white pawns. White has pawns on c5, g3, and h2, and it was time to push those pawns. The d-pawn falling, and Duda could have kept the balance by pushing his pawn forward to h4, but what happened next was quite instructive. He made a decisive mistake, king to h3. Normally, leading with the king is a great strategy in the endgame, totally understandable, but this king ended up caught on the edge of the board. Rook takes d4, king marched forward, but look at this. The black king simply shuts out its counterpart. If the king had stepped forward, it would have been checked back to c6, the black rook just in time to drive back the intruder, and after h4, just to follow through to the end of the game, black's extra knight told after g takes f5, a check, forcing the king back to the side, and closing the door now, king to f6. And look at this for a checkmating pattern. Nothing to do. White's king is simply caught on the edge of the board. Knight takes f5, incoming, the d-pawn running. Duda here resigned. Vincent takes the lead.
incredible technique and a really nice breakdown there, David, showing the complexity in that endgame. I'm still thinking about the madness that was shown by Magnus on his board against Denis Lazovic. What a game that was. That's 2 games in the winner semifinals in the books. We've got 2 players taking the lead, Winston Keymer and Magnus Carlsen. And with that, we've hit the halfway point in these matches. We've got a break coming up that you don't want to miss this one, as we've got a house tour with the world #1 lined up for you guys. And when we return, it gets even more exciting as Game 3 of Division 1 in the winners semifinals kicks off. This is getting a lot of fun. You're watching the Chess.com Classic. Stay right where you are. We'll be back in just a few.
Hi. Welcome to my humble abode. Follow me. So we're here, we have the kitchen, clean as usual.
What's in the frame?
Yes, this is basically a gift from that I got for Christmas last year. It's simply cut out of the table when I was top of the Fantasy Premier League worldwide rankings in the good old days.
What's it like this year?
No, it's a little bit worse, but we'll get back, I'm sure. So if don't look at the TV, that shouldn't be there. It should be up on the wall. We haven't fixed that yet.
It's not $1,000 chess set.
This board was bought at the local billiards shop because I realized at some point that I didn't actually have a chessboard. So I just needed to get one quickly, and it has. And so this is the board that I've been using for the last couple of years. Also, the clock isn't very good.
Can you show us your fridge?
Yes, sure. I am, of course, solely responsible for everything that's in here. It's a bit of everything. At the moment, it's been stripped a little bit. Like a couple of weeks ago, it was a lot fuller. And here there's a small freezer as well with some different goodies.
What do you usually eat when you're playing long tournaments?
You know, it's not that easy to eat a lot in between games, but sometimes I'll order something that I can eat quickly. Especially if I'm home alone, then I'll order something that I can eat quickly, like Thai or Chinese or something along that sort, and then I'll just use the 15 minutes in between games to eat as much as possible to get some energy.
Nice. So do you enjoy cooking?
No, but I enjoy helping with cooking. I can do the easy stuff like cutting the vegetables and then washing up afterwards. I'm pretty good at washing up, doing the dishes. That's something I'm good at. So that's what I'll do most of the time. So yeah, here's the bathroom where everything is clean. Blah blah blah. There was supposed to be somebody here. Actually, yesterday to set up everything, but once again here everything's a bit provisional.
Nice view though.
Yeah, it's a decent view. Not the best in this weather, obviously. But you got this roll up. Funnily, this book is still here in the window. It's one of Gary's books, not in his predecessors actually, but on himself. What happened was that when I was playing the St. Louis tournament online, the Fish Random one where Gary was playing, we had to have a secondary camera to show the rest of the room. and so I had my phone here filming. I needed it to be a bit higher, so my phone was standing here and just filming me while I was playing over here. And I thought it would be a bit of a funny prop to use the Gary book against Gary, but I don't think he was paying attention to that. Also, there's it can be a little bit dark in here, and the desk is a little bit too small. So there's some work to be done here, but I think for the tour, the tournaments where I'll be playing from home, everything will be fine. But so far, it's a bit provisional.
Magnus Carlsen sacrificed more pawns and pieces in that last game against 17-year-old Denis Lazovic than most people do in their entire lifetime. He chased his king to the center of the board, but Denis survived. He survived with a draw. David, how impressed have you been with Denis's play in this match so far?
Wow, that was another level, Tanya. Magnus Carlsen, who's in the lead, threw everything at his young opponent, but Denis stood strong. He he just took all the pieces, basically just curled up and put up that wall of defense. And yeah, incredibly impressive. He's earned another shot at the world #1, Denis, and he's still in the match. He's still in the match. 2 games to go. He needs to survive this next one, though, with the black pieces, which he was incapable of doing in the previous one. Tanya, the opening is key in this game.
Absolutely, and that's wise strategy. Keep things under control as black and then go all out in the final game with white. It's wise on everything, but you're playing against Magnus Carlsen. You're playing against the world #1, who's playing with the white pieces. And I think for Magnus also, the last game must have been so entertaining, but also frustrating at the same point. And look at that. We've got a Berlin on our hands. What do you make of this? But what just happened?
Tanya, are we going for a draw? No. This is the drawing line in the Berlin.
Draw. Not the Berlin draw. Yes, the Berlin draw. It's about to happen. A queen dance. David with head in hands. He hates this, and there we have it. This is very surprising. Oh!
Okay. Oh, Magnus, he's such a tease. It looked like he was going for a draw, but no draw. The game's alive. Wow.
Oh my gosh. And David, I think we have to show everyone Queen E4 would have been the repetition. That would have been the Berlin draw, the dreaded Berlin draw. But Magnus there having some fun. Queen E3 check instead. And we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, let's just quickly jump in to show why I was so shocked, to show what we were reluctant to comment on. Tanya, let's just go back a few moves. In this position after queen takes d6, this is maybe the most infamous position in the whole of chess, but especially in the Berlin. It's well known for a quick draw. White gives a check, black blocks. White dances to the side, black offers another queen trade. And if Magnus had played queen to e4, we would no doubt have seen a draw. But queen to e3 check is a bit different. Now, black should not block with his queen. This is well known because queen to g3 is a bit annoying, eyeing up the c-pawn, tying down the black bishop to the g-pawn, and there's no forced draw. The black queen is vulnerable on the square. So just a couple of moves ever since. Instead, black blocks with the bishop, which is the theoretical recommendation. White dances out with the knight, threatening to jump to b5, and black shuts that down. So I've actually played this position before. White's main move is rook to d1, if I remember correctly. There are others available. But Magnus, Tanya, almost giving me a heart attack. I thought I'd seen it all in chess after Duda went for Scholar's Mate yesterday. But Magnus taking a quick draw with white in that fashion, that would have been, that would have rounded off everything. That would have been a real shock.
I agree with you. I think it's just so not in Magnus's syllabus to play the Berlin draw with the queen dance. But let's not forget, David, he's also had 9 games of blitz in the Grand Chester. It's been an incredibly long day of chess in the office and so many emotions right there. And then you come back, he's had these 2 big games against Denis. The first one had to be converted in a rook pawn endgame. The second one, absolute madness on the board. So this shows some gutsy decision by Magnus to try to win against the Berlin in this fashion with the move queen e3. But how much chances does this really offer? How much of a game is this really with the symmetrical pawn structure? Black having the bishop pair. Does white really have something to play in this position?
I don't believe white does. I've played the Berlin from the black side my whole career, and I think that black is actually doing quite well here. Magnus, the fact that he's frowning gives a lot away. He kind of leaned forward. He's like, what's the move? What's the theory? There are still some forced drawing lines in the near future, from what I recall, but it's white who actually has to be a bit careful. If black gets 2 more moves, if black gets the bishop out and gets to castle, black is better. Black has the bishop pair. It's a very open center right now, so the bishops will thrive. So Tanya, I don't know about you, but I have the feeling Magnus got to that position. He couldn't bring himself to play queen e4 check. He couldn't just morally, just ethically. He was like, oh no, I can't do it. Queen e4 would be a draw. He chickened out. Well, I say chickened out. He backed down, kept the game going.
He knew you were watching. He knew you were watching, and he's like, I cannot do this for David. I have to play this on.
He knew we would have judged him forever, and now he's regretting it. You don't play on, kind of be met by black's most logical moves and then pause for 2.5 minutes. Something's a bit wrong. Something's up here, Tanya. Magnus doesn't look happy.
No, he doesn't. And you can see it so clearly on the camera. And there's also like these flashbacks that you're getting from game 2 as well that you need to leave behind. But it's been such an adrenaline-fueled game, that one. Both players need to leave it. And this is such a different position, suddenly a very calm position that you need to be a little careful about, but from a more positional perspective. For example, the move that you suggested, rook to d1, David, hits the queen. It feels like the most natural move in the position. But then the ball's in black's court. You could sidestep with a move like queen c6, and then suddenly we're looking at the activity of that f8 bishop actually landing to c5. The double bishops suddenly start playing in the game, and it feels as if right now nothing's happening, but white plays imprecisely, a few inaccuracies, and Denis could take over the initiative in this one.
Yeah, Denis is definitely still within his preparation. He's also a habitual Berlin defense player. Magnus does indeed eventually attack the queen. The black queen sidesteps, as you recommend, Tanya. The best move, I agree. And now queen to g3. And this is aimed at tying down the black bishop to the g7 pawn, but the blue arrow makes an appearance. Black's best move anyway is a sacrifice. This is well known. This is known to Berlin defense players. I think Denis is going to play it.
How quickly he plays it will make it really clear how familiar he is with the position. It was Magnus Carlsen sacrificing pawns after pawns in that previous game. It's Denis's turn to return the favor. Bishop d6, you give up the g7 pawn to go longside castle. You put your king to safety on the queen's side and thank Magnus Carlsen for opening up the g line for a further attack. Denis goes for it. Magnus refuses the sacrifice.
Yeah, Magnus is in damage limitation mode. He just wants a draw now. He's regretting not bailing out with queen to e4 check earlier. Yeah, now black's bishop pair is gone, so you're a bit safer with white, but no chance of an advantage. The rooks come off the board. This one is just totally level. I'll just quickly kind of backtrack and show that point you made, Tanya. I think it's really, really important. So let's just jump in very quickly after bishop to d6. Queen takes g7. Greed not good in this position, like you said. Castle's queenside and rook g8, mate on the mind. It's all crashing in on white right now. All just for the price of a pawn. So if we catch up with the current position, looks very level to me. Do you foresee any twists and turns ahead here, Tanya?
The only imbalance that exists is the minor pieces. Magnus has got the knight against the bishop, but as long as the knight is not attacking that black king, isn't close to the king side as much, creating threats against it, it's an open position. We've got traditional chess wisdom with pawns on both sides of the board, on both flanks. The bishop is considered the more active piece. So if I like anyone in this position right now, David, I would pick black here. What about you?
Yeah, me too. I'm a Berlin player through and through, and I do believe in the long-term potential of black's bishop. If the queens disappeared, for example, imagine everyone at home, these queens just flew off the board somewhere, then black would actually be able to already strike some vulnerable pawns in the white camp. So yeah, Magnus needs to keep the queens on, but it should ultimately be level. What do you think? Perfect time to zoom out. We've now left the opening officially in this game.
Let's do it. Now that things have settled in this one, it wasn't a Berlin draw on the left side of our screen, but Denis Lazovic, is he going to create his chances with black? We'll find out. But meanwhile, a really complex position on the right side of our screen. Not a single pawn, not a single piece has been traded so far, David.
That's right. Full tension on the board, and normally that would favor the side who needs to strike back. In this case, Duda, having lost that previous game. And I've seen Vincent Keymer play this type of setup before with white pieces. He likes to take the space. It's what we call the King's Indian defense. So black actually allowing white to take the center, but black really solid and possessing a bishop with high potential here on the long diagonal. A question mark, though, given Tanya to white's last move, and the blue arrow, the infamous blue arrow, makes an appearance. It wants to drop the knight back and in to the center. That looks like a clever move. What do you think? Is it the most natural one going back with the black knight, would you say, for Duda?
I mean, the most natural move has to be to develop the other knight to d7. But I want to point out that bishop on g4, you have to be a little careful about it. And Duda does play the best move on the board. And I think the point is that you open up the bishop on g7, dropping that knight from f6 back to d7. So moves like f4, you have to watch out for pins along the a7, g1 diagonal because the bishop on g7 has been opened up.
Yeah, really instructive there, Tanya. So there's a big threat, knight e5, as you say. And let's jump in again. If f4 to stop this threat, then this feels really shaky for white. Queen b6, very, very tempting move. Knight to c5 maybe would be my choice, attacking the white queen. As she can no longer defend her knight and her pawn on c4. She has to drop back, defend her knight, of course. And then queen takes c4. Black already wins material. And it's all about the bishop, the sniper on g7, attacking this knight. So actually, maybe this opening's gone wrong for Vincent Keymer right now. Knight e5, huge threat. Double attack, hitting the queen and hitting the pawn on c4. Not easy to prevent, Tanya.
I'm trying to find a way to do just that. And with these two threats, with the c5, e5 square, I think white's chances lie with hitting that bishop on g4. I'm thinking about a move like h3 or f3, and I'm not sure which one I'd want to go for, but it has to be with counterattack right now. You can't play slow with white. It's very difficult to keep the center under control. It's the c4 pawn, the e4 pawn, and the knight on d4. The queen on d3 is extremely overloaded right now, so you need to find threats of your own. And Vincent Keymer is about to touch the 5-minute mark, head in hands. Is white in trouble already? It does feel a little uncomfortable for Vincent right now.
Yeah, it's all about the placement of this knight. If this knight were on a safer square, maybe back on d2, or if you could somehow reroute it back to the e3 square, then white is just better. You have a space advantage, but it's always a fine line between having the extra space, the more far advanced pawns, and also being overextended. White's pieces, some of them are still asleep, so not quite ready to defend the space that you've taken on. So yeah, I don't think Vincent's comfortable at all. Fair play to Vincent here, to white. He's played principal chess. He's not trying to shut this game down, not trying to make a draw. He's trying to play what he would normally play. But being in the lead and then losing a bit of control, suddenly things could spiral. So knight d7, really clever. Dude, up on the clock as well, Tanya. This last move, really classy. Knight back to d7.
Dream scenario when you're playing catch up in a best of 4 match, right? You've got the black pieces, you've got only one more white to rely on, and you're already putting pressure on your opponent out of the opening. Look at that queen on a6, such an unstandard, non-standard, non-typical position for the queen, but it eyes the c4 pawn. He's creating some big threats right now that Vincent has to take care of. He doesn't go for the bishop, he plays the move b3, and Duda immediately jumps in with that knight, attacking the queen. It's been given the question mark, but to me, David, it's the most obvious move in the position.
Yeah, it's the most obvious by far. I wonder what was wrong with this last move. Maybe there was better. Maybe the knight should have gone into e5. And I just want to mention, again, we're going to jump in, just tactics training for everyone at home. Forcing moves. In this position, black could have actually won material temporarily with bishop takes d4 and knight takes b3. It looks like a nice tactic, a double attack. And if the knight is captured, you win the rook in the corner. But always follow through to the end of the variation. Vincent had spotted at the end, bishop h6 is a double attack, threatening the kiss of death checkmate and threatening the black queen. So If we go back, it looks like Duda, of course, will not fall for this, but he's had to move the black queen away from that a6 square. And Tanya, it feels like white now has consolidated. Vincent's kept everything nicely under control.
That's a very sexy tactic that you just pointed out with that bishop landing on 8-6. And it just shows how incredibly important that dark squared bishop on g7 is for black. It is the key piece in all these kings Indian position. So not giving that up for any extra material on the queen side. And now the knight on d4 is consolidated. David, it's still a very complex fight. And I see our bar says that Winston's doing well, but with so many pieces and pawns on the board, everything to play for, it's a game for all three results. Should we quickly check in with how Denis is doing against Magnus? Is he managing to hold his own with the black pieces? After two absolutely crazy roller coaster games, this is the game 3 fight, and that's the left side of our screen. And take a look at that. It's an end game one more time. But once again, Magnus's piece is looking more active than the black counterparts. The bishops are off the board. How holdable is this rook pawn endgame?
Ooh, this one is more holdable, I believe, for Denis Lazovic, even than that first game, which he should have drawn. Ultimately, Magnus weaving his magic. Tanya, game 1 was Magnus magic. Game 2 was Magnus madness. This looks like the Magnus massage. I don't know. He's trying to get a small advantage, but ultimately the white king is cut off on the e-file. Should be a draw. I don't believe Magnus can do anything, even Magnus.
Is that an offer for a repetition? With rook c5 that was played king f6, it repeats the position, and I think we're heading for a draw. So, David, I think you were on point. Magnus refused the Berlin draw with the queen dance in the beginning, but I think we're going to see a bit of a rook dance here.
Yep, rook c5 by Magnus would be an instant repetition. Oh, wow, he plays on, keeping the game alive, but we should get used to this, Tanya. He's really teasing us, Magnus. He's teasing Denis as well. He's like, oh, draw, I'm going to dangle it in front of you, and then I'm going to snatch it away. But it still looks level to me. Why is he playing on, Tanya?
Yeah, that's the question that we always ask ourselves and get the answer at the end of the game, David. This is what just makes him one of the greatest of all times. His ability to just keep on playing equal positions and then just asking his opponent to hold on, to find the way to earn that draw. He's not just giving it away. And how many times has Magnus won these kind of positions? So it looks like Denis still has work to do to get that draw in the bag.
Yeah, Denis has work to do. I was going to say just sit passively and wait, but he's allowed the white rook in, which is a bit counterintuitive. I thought the black rook could just sit, do nothing, and the white rook's never getting in. Even rook to d8 by black would have been a nice move on the last turn, but rook e7 now, you could see where the massage starts to get a bit uncomfortable. The big weakness on b7, if the white king ever gets in, then it's got a clear path forward. So Denis needs to keep the door shut. How does he do this, Tanya?
The question for Denis to answer, and as the clock ticks lower, you're playing on those last few minutes, it becomes even more difficult to answer. Well, right now, the rook is doing a perfect job for Denis. It defends the b7 pawn, and it stops Magnus's king from gaining activity. You don't want to put that rook on d7. It might look like you're coming in with the open file, but that would just allow a Magnus's king to find itself in the game. So far, I think Denis has done a great job. But it's still never over when you're playing against Magnus. And now Denis keeps on shuffling around with the rook. David, this has to end in a draw. I mean, if Magnus wins this one, I've seen everything.
Yeah, I don't think Magnus is winning this game. Denis is actually trying to force the issue. He's attacking the a5 pawn. Magnus does not want to advance with b4 when his pawns would have become weak. So this is the second time we've seen this position. Rook back to f8, I believe, would be a draw on the spot. Magnus, is he going to do it a third time? Denis waiting for the decision. If not, the black king will centralize, and Magnus is left without a king. I think it's time to bail out. There we go. It is a result. It's a draw.
And Magnus finally repeating the position. He pushed it to the end. But Denis, so impressive in this match so far. He's down by a point, but it could have been a different story in that game 1 as well. Now, the final rapid game, a must-win one for Denis. And David, crazy things are happening in this one. This might be match over for Jan Krzysztof Duda. What's going on here? He's down a piece.
Wow, it looks like we've jumped in just at the moment when Duda, I'm not sure whether he blundered or whether he sacrificed a piece. He's got 2 pawns in return. So black has a bunch of pawns for the piece, but look at the black pawns. They're not advanced. They're not scary. yes, this black bishop is still alive, causing some discomfort along the diagonal. Yes, the black knight might jump into c5, attacking e4, but surely Vincent should keep this under control. He retreats Tanya. He's giving up another pawn. This one looks more complicated than it potentially is. How easy do you think Vincent's task is here? Do you think he's going to wrap this match up?
It's such a crazy position. And again, just doing the math on the board, you've got this material advantage, but your pawns are falling off. B7's hanging as well. The bishop and G7 can be traded off if you pick up the E4 pawn. I see the bar, but David, I think practically it's not as easy as the bar seems to imply. Black will have a couple of pawns for the pieces, and I'm trying to do the math quickly. If you pick up the E4 pawn, you lose the B7 pawn, you lose the D5 pawn. That's a whole bunch of pawns for the piece.
It is at least temporarily 3 pawns, but I think it's just about the white knights jumping. It's actually, the more I look at it, the more I like Vincent's last move. It's just about getting rid of black's best piece, the bishop on G7, the king's Indian bishop. And also, watch out, bishop takes G7. There might be a switch, rook H1, and an open file, an attack against the black king.
I just spotted that as well. As you're about to say, it might not be about the pawn on the queen side. It might be the king on G7 that comes under fire, which is why that Jan Krzysztof Duda's taken a pause. I don't think you can pick up the pawn on e4. Bishop takes bishop, rook h1, follow it up with a check on h6. The queen and the rook lining up on the h file. That could be over on the spot. And rook takes pawn, queen takes pawn, will be a huge threat after that.
Yeah, queen h6 check. I mean, after h5, there's already, just driving away the black queen, and there's already going to be tactics galore. Rook takes h5, just, as you say, the black king is simply doomed. This will end in a checkmating attack once the white rook joins in. So Duda, he's up against it. He trades off bishops on his own terms. Now he brings his knight in. This is the current game position. But yeah, you got to believe it's only 2 pawns. Go on, Tanya.
Knight c5 played, and I was just wondering, can you go for the same idea here, David? Can you just line up on the h file and start looking at mating ideas like we've been pointing out? Rook h1, you don't care about the e4 pawn because you're coming in with your queen.
I love it. Look at Duda on the camera as well. He's dreading that idea. I think Vincent can switch focus, switch flanks, and yeah, he's beaten us to it. Rook h1, f6. Never play f6, but here you might have had to. The black rook will aim to defend along the 7th. Rook h4. Vincent's flying right now. e5 threatened. Attack on the 4th rank. This is the final stages for Duda in this winners semi-final.
In the winner's bracket, because if he loses this one, he drops down to his final strike in the loser's bracket. And you can see it. Jan Krzysztof Duda, he's giving up on his chances, not looking confident at all. Rook h4, you pointed out e5. The rook from a1 can also join into the party with rook h1 coming in. Right now, Duda plays e5, inviting an en passant, but I think white can just continue with the plan. Double up on the h file, start attacking the black king.
Yeah, I think all roads lead to Rome right now. You can capture en passant, you can capture this pawn, you can start with a little tickle, rook c1, drive the black queen away. Or you can just go straight for the kill by shuffling your rook across. Tanya, it just feels like Duda, his path here, he defeated Dubov, he defeated Aronian, defeated Firouzja yesterday. He's great against these attacking players. But against Vincent, who loves keeping control, maybe a bit more strategic, Duda's been struggling. His piece sacrifices in the previous game, in this game, just not coming off, just not working against this kind of stoic defense.
Rook h1 played, absolutely agree with you. He's creating his chances, but somehow Vincent, his style, his incredible resilience and resourcefulness, it feels like the perfect antidote to Jan Krzysztof Duda's energetic, but also very risky play. Rook h1 on the board there, rook f7, and I was trying to find a way forward. Rook h1 looks really nice, but how do you continue with the attack? How do you continue the momentum here, David?
Yeah, I was going to say you can play queen h6 and kind of threaten some queen takes g6 checkmate sacrifice, but he switches focus back to c1 this time. Yeah, I think he's played it in the wrong order. Now black can at least defend his pawns. Okay, he's coming in. He's trying to play on all flanks here, Vincent. 12 seconds. Maybe that's the only potential hurdle for him right now. It's not over. It's not over.
It's not. It's really not over because once again, black has got 3 pawns for the piece. If you're able to safeguard your king, that's more than enough compensation for the material imbalance right there. G5 being pointed out, trapping white's queen on 8-6 is the best possible move. But David, that's a tough one to play and not a human one at all.
Yeah, G5 there, it would have caught the white queen looking a bit embarrassed on the edge of the board, but like you say, really, really unnatural. And the problem with what he did instead, D5, is that the white rook now has switched the whole way across, swung over to B4, and it's getting in and behind. Yeah, that G5 move was anti-positional, not very human at all, as you mentioned. So fortunately for Duda, it looks like he's the master of his own demise in this variation instead. Yeah, hard to imagine the pawns counteracting the piece here when black's king is so open.
Duda shaking his head. Yeah, he knows that this is getting very dangerous, and now he's under 20 seconds as well. But David, I think the clock is crucial here. You pointed it out. With under 10 seconds, is it going to be enough for Vincent to convert this position? It's all about the attack against the black king. Is there a knockout blow? The other rook is about to come in with a check.
Coming in with a check. There's actually knight e4 next move, Tanya. King f7. There's no check on b7, so you deflect the black knight away. Oh, he actually took on a4, and rook b7 here as well is decisive. Knight c5 incoming next. It's all about disaster on the 7th rank. Knight c5, look at that exclamation point. X-ray vision. And surely now he's just going to wrap up this victory. He actually trades everything off Vincent. Maybe there was cleaner. Now the black pawns are still very strong here, Tanya. Are we going to see another turnaround?
It's once again not over, and it looked like it could have been wrapped up in just a few moves, but the clock tells. The 17th piece on the board is the weakness right now for Vincent. Both players playing on 5 seconds. Jan-Krzysztof Duda trying to get some tricks in with his pawns rolling down the board. D3, the knight on F3 is under attack. Not easy at all to convert this one, playing on your last few seconds. E4 incoming.
Yeah, I was singing his praises, Vincent. I think there was a knockout blow, but no time simply. And the white knight is the best defender right now. It's so good at blockading pawns, but is it enough? It's 3 pawns against 5 pawns. The white knight is the difference. Oh, he's getting his pieces forward though, Tanya. I think he's found it. I think he's got the best setup. The white knight surely comes forward now. White a pawn's running. He's 2 squares away. Touchdown. Be careful, there's some checkmating attacks against the white king. Oh my god.
Queen f3 was anyway. A big idea, which has been stopped. But now the pawns in the center are falling one by one. And Vincent Keymer, with great precision, saving his own king. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is running out of time on every single move here, David.
Yeah. Ooh, watch out. There were some checks, but Vincent's so impressive. He's corralled that D pawn. It's going to be a clear knight advantage. Duda. He makes a new queen. There was no pre-move. And surely this is a win for white. Extra piece. No compensation. Duda leans back. This is it, Tanya. The last few moves.
All the pawns have fallen off the board for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The attack is out. That's an extra piece for Vincent. If he wins this game, he wins the match. And it looks like he's about to do just that. The king absolutely safe. For Jan-Krzysztof Duda is just coming to terms with how this match has gone.
Yeah, heartbreaking stuff when you feel like you've played decently, but the opponent just plays that little bit better. And yeah, just playing on out of frustration here. There's nothing for black to hope for. All of the pawns, like you said, Tanya, have officially dropped off. No stalemate ever in sight. And there we go. Duda finally throws in the towel. Vincent Keymer takes the win.
He takes the win, and for the 2nd time in a row, he gets it done in just 3 games. He's the first to 2.5 points, and he advances through in the winner's bracket. What a dominating performance by Keymer against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. 2.5 to half. Precise play with seconds on the clock. Super impressive stuff, but equally impressive, Denis Lazovic against Magnus David.
Yeah, Denis Lazovic never in trouble in that last game, drawing effortlessly with black against the world #1 in his beloved Berlin defense. Really impressive from Denis, but he has to back that up now with a win. It's one thing to draw against the best in the world, beating them, that's a whole different kettle of fish. So it's all about Denis Lazovic now, and it's all about whether he can take down Magnus Carlsen.
It's all eyes on this young boy on our screen, and world number 1, who needs only a draw to wrap up his match. Jan Krzysztof Duda cannot believe how things have gone wrong against Vincent Keymer, and what a crazy fight it was, bringing on the fire on the board, but it was Duda's house that got burnt in the end. Denis Lazovic, it's pressure on him. David, we're in for a big final round, and it's gonna be all eyes on Magnus versus Denis.
Magnus versus Denis for a shot at Vincent. And yeah, right now this is the tree, Tanya. So many big names. Vincent Keymer just continuing his great form from Division 2 of the previous event, the Chessable Masters a few months ago. Vincent just looks phenomenal in this time format, this tournament format as well, especially considering the fact that he's played the Grand Chess Tour earlier today. 9 blitz games, 3 rapid games. Vincent, though, on fire. And in the meantime, Tanya, a lot else on the line tomorrow.
We're gonna have some fire in the losers losers quarterfinals, as well as Jan Krzysztof Duda, after that loss against Vincent, has another big task ahead of him. He faces Jan Nepomniachtchi, both players on their final strike. One of them will be eliminated, one will go through to the losers semifinals. This is shaping up beautifully, David.
Yeah, beautifully. It's all poised. So much on the line. Duda, he's earned that second life. He's been so impressive. Tough setback today, but I'm looking forward to those clashes tomorrow. In the meantime, Alireza, Tanya, he was joking about how he's already started preparing against Denis. He just assumes that Magnus is going to wrap this up, but I wouldn't be so quick to judge. I'm not so sure. It feels like Denis has a few more tricks up his sleeve. He's really upped his game this last couple of rounds.
And not just on the board, right? He's shown incredible mental fortitude. After losing that first game from a position that was drawn, he comes back in the second game to really fight out a difficult battle against Magnus. I mean, so many of us will get checkmated in that position just instantly. Magnus sacrificing, throwing everything that he's got at Denis, and Denis really holding his own in that second game. And the third one as well, a confident hold by the 17-year-old. It's one of the hardest things to do against Magnus Carlsen. He's done it so far, but the biggest task lies ahead of him. It's the final rapid game. He needs to win with white to take it to Armageddon. David, what is the strategy, the approach that you're expecting from Denis?
Oh, there's 2 viable approaches right now. Do what you always do, but risk Magnus being prepared. Or you throw in a bit of a surprise. You hope to make it crazy, hope to provoke Magnus potentially early in the opening, and you get a full fight from the off. But Denis, we've seen him so many times before on the tour. His recipe for success is to stick to his strengths, to play positionally, to play openings he knows. And I have no doubt that he's going to fall back on his favorite approach. So it's going to be tricky, Tanya. I don't see him throwing any surprises in. I think he's just going to wait and pounce if Magnus gives him an opportunity. Far from a given, but possible.
Magnus giving opportunities, I don't know when was the last time I saw that. And that's the key about this match, right? Even though Denis has held his own, David, one has never felt that he had an upper hand. He had a better position, or where he was pushing Magnus. So it's not going to be easy to get that opportunity. And especially Denis's intuitive style, his instinctive style is always to keep things solid. Is it time for him to switch that up?
That's the one thing. I agree, Tanya. Just get out of the opening, whatever opening it is, get a playable position, but maybe then take more ambitious kind of decisions. In game 1, Denis did have an advantage when Magnus sacrificed a pawn for murky compensation, but Denis just tried to shut things down, tried to play for a draw, and was duly punished a bit later on. And like you say, the second game, Denis was not the one making the running. Magnus was the one sacrificing, throwing everything at him. So Denis kind of let Magnus do the work for him in terms of complicating the issue. Maybe that's the one thing that Denis still needs to click into gear in his young career. How to kind of dictate the pace against the top players.
And in just a few seconds from now, we will get in the first moves of this final rapid game. The players are ready to go. We're ready to go. And I hope, Chad, you're ready to go, because it's going to be a big fight. Denis with the white pieces. Move 1 predictions, David.
D4. How about you, Tanya?
D4. D4.
It's Denis Lazovic. It's always D4. And there we go. Denis the D-pawn makes its first move. 2 squares forward. And Magnus replies in kind. Do you think we will see a repetition from Magnus, that A6, H6 creepy crawly variation? Ooh.
Oh, we have a London with us.
Okay, no Queen's Gambit declined this time. It's actually Denis who switches things up first. And Denis had this position yesterday. He's actually been playing the London system in recent times, not his usual Catalan. So Magnus, he's the master of the London. He loves playing in London and he loves playing the London system. He's one of a kind. But okay, have you seen this before, Tanya? Magnus sacrificing a pawn.
And the players are blitzing out, so I think they've seen this before because they're making their decisions really quickly, David. It's not familiar for me at all. So I'm going to throw the ball to you. What do you know about this opening and this position that we've got?
Dang, I was trying to dodge the question myself. I know it's playable. I've actually seen this position before, but I've never studied it myself. I've seen it in a few top-level games where black has good compensation due to the fact that this white king is actually stranded in the center for a long, long time. But yeah, ultimately, I do believe in white's chances if the white king ever gets castled, even at the cost of giving the pawn back. And right now, let's remind everyone, Denis is the one with the material advantage. So if he's going to suffer for something. And look at Magnus on the camera, Tanya. What's that? Has he forgotten his opening theory again?
It's so many things. I think it could be that, but it's also the exhaustion of the day. I think one can't underestimate how much chess Magnus has played today and how difficult this match has also been so far. David, a temporary extra pawn for Denis, but there's a pin on d2. The development isn't over just yet, so you need to be a little careful with white, play a little precisely. But it feels as if Denis is super well prepared. He's barely used any time on the clock. It's Magnus who goes into the first big thing in the position. I would say out of the first few moves, a gutsy decision against Magnus Carlsen to trade queens, but it's Denis Lazovic who's better prepared.
Yeah, it's really brave. I mean, from my limited knowledge of this type of opening, as Magnus reacts again, from my limited knowledge, black is totally fine. It's got a good reputation for black. But of course, you need to be accurate if you sacrifice a pawn. Magnus kind of winces. I'm slightly surprised at that. It looks like his last move is healthy, Tanya. He's got a clear plan to who needs to castle when the queens are off. He's going to play rook c8. He's going to try and connect his rooks, bring the knight out to c6. Suddenly it's Denis who's looking off to the side, looking off to his left, which normally means a player's recalling something they've studied before. Tanya, big opening battle. Was this something we were expecting?
We were expecting something offbeat by Denis, something that asks early questions to Magnus, and I think he's managed to achieve just that. What you really want with white is to develop that f1 bishop. For me, the most natural looking move in this position would be e3. I want to start capturing that pawn. I want to take out my pieces. I want to unpin myself with a potential castle or a king to e2. But David, the idea of rook c8 seems to come in so quick, and then you're calculating all these lines with the c pawn moving forward. Things I think are about to get messy really soon in this one.
Yeah, it's feels like it's been a game of double bluff. Magnus was like, okay, you play the London system if you want. I'm going to play this really direct, really ambitious variation against it, offering up a pawn. If you take it, you better know your stuff. Denis was like, okay, I'll take the pawn. Do you know how to react? And Magnus does. Look at that. The blue arrow appears. Your c3 move on the cards, Tanya. That was a really critical moment. And wow, pawn trade quicker than you can call it. But Magnus, is he trapping this white rook? It's running out of squares.
I'm trying to find the right square for that rook. The two bishops are dominating a lot of it. And look at that. That's not a move that Magnus probably had on his radar. Look at him on the camera. But it perhaps was the only move in the position, David, to not lose material.
Yeah, let's just do a quick action replay. That was so fast, blink and you miss it. I want to show a few cool tactics that were actually hidden beneath the surface there. And it all started after white's a3 move, hitting the black bishop. And here, only one move to keep the balance. Black had to play pawn to c3, which is actually a piece sacrifice in some lines. If white takes the black bishop, black's not going to take this knight check. White would be 2 pawns up there. Instead, he was going to take this pawn and remain a whole piece down. The white rook, though, lacking squares. If it moves to safety, for example, now rook to c8. And watch out, the rook's coming in. If the bishop moves, whoops, rook to c1. And black's b pawn will soon make a new queen once the white knight is removed as a defender. So Magnus actually sacked a piece. Denis said, no thanks, I'm going to trade. And in this position, I was saying, oh, maybe the rook on c1 is trapped after bishop to b2. But as you mentioned, Tanya, bishop d6 check. The only move, or maybe the best move to keep the balance. and luring the black king forward. Another check, a fork, and once the black king retreats, this is the position. The dust has settled. I don't know who's better, but I think we've both been proved that the players, they knew their theory, Tanya.
Well, and we do know that white has still that extra pawn. So the pawn remains alive, but in compensation, white is behind in development, still needs a few moves to consolidate. Meanwhile, Magnus isn't giving those moves away. He continues to put pressure, now capturing the c file, offering a trade where the other rook will join the party and end up on the c2 square. David, even though Denis is the one with extra pawn, it feels like Magnus has enough initiative. With the rooks capturing the open line, a potential penetration on the second rank. I'm liking black's position here.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think it's really difficult for white here, especially if he's out of opening prep now, Denis, to navigate your way through this. Who cares if you're a pawn down? Magnus really never cares if he's a pawn down. Yes, it's a very strong pawn, but it's not going anywhere anytime soon. It's more about piece activity, and you might be a pawn down with black, but you're a rook up almost. This white rook in the corner, snoring loudly, and I don't even see how to continue. I've got to say, Tanya, how does Denis keep fighting? Does he trade, and then put a knight on d3 and hope there's no checkmate? White king is not enjoying life.
That would be a very brave way to play on without any development on the king's side. But David, the white might need to start getting brave here because, like you said, it's hard to come up with moves that stabilize white's position. So much easier for Magnus to play, and that is so key in these kind of time formats. Who has the position where the moves flow in a more natural way? And one can just tell that with the black pieces, you're just looking at an easy play here. You're looking at your pieces going up the board. The rook coming forward, the knight from d7 can go to b6, the knight from f6 can eventually either land on e4 with the trade, or maybe even in certain positions on that d5 square. Meanwhile, no time for Denis to improve the position of his pieces, and no time on the clock as well. He's under 6 minutes now.
Yeah, really difficult for Denis Lazovic. Maybe just while he thinks just to put on the board what might be going through his mind. Maybe it will be a rook trade. Maybe he'll trade off this bishop, but to show the danger, there's already a deadly rook check landing on c1, and my instinct was to put a knight on d3, slowly but surely try to evict the black knight with the move f3 next so the white king can run. But I realized there's already ideas like rook to b8 at the very minimum coming in, and checkmate on Magnus's mind. Again, white is just one move too slow all the time, Tanya. Let's catch up though. There have been a few moves. He played knight to c4, blocking, but self-pinning. Ugh, ugly. And now he's played the move f3. What do you make of this, Denis? Is he a menace or is he crumbling in this position?
He's always a menace, but it's tough to be one against Magnus. And I just feel you never trade queens against Magnus. That is the new rule of chess. Just don't get into any endgames against the guy. And that pin does look like something that you have to answer against, especially because you can reinforce the attack on that c4 knight. The bishop, which is attacked right now on e4, David, can find itself on d5, asking some questions, and it might be time to push the e-pawn. And I think that's Denis's idea. e4 comes in with a tempo. It feels like Magnus, with how quickly he's playing, he knows exactly what he's doing. Bishop takes bishop, one step away from connecting the two rooks. What does Magnus have in mind after that?
Yeah, good question. I wonder whether he's just going to go after the newly weakened d4 pawn. So, for example, you're advocating bishop takes c4. I agree. Normally, you want to take with a knight before a bishop, but here it's more important to connect the rooks. So bishop takes, but then rook to d8, maybe regaining the pawn. Maybe?
That's a really nice idea. And I also want to point out that after knight takes bishop, I think you're just lost because black can simply double up on the c line. And I don't see a way for white to be on time to actually defend against that pin, David.
Yeah, let's just show this. Here you're going for rook c, although rook c7 maybe I'd take. Maybe I'm surviving.
That's a nice tactic. Super nice stuff.
Giving up. Oh, it doesn't work. Giving up. Oh, it's because of rook takes
maybe
f1
rook takes
at the end.
f1. Yeah.
Yeah, selling the rook for a very high price, and black emerges with extra pieces. But if not knight takes b6, then what is it? Why is white not just losing, as you mentioned? What's Denis thinking about?
Big question, because rook c8 is a massive threat. By the way, he is still, he does go with the bishop. He does pick it up, so he He did spot the problem with knight takes bishop. Apparently, it wasn't rook c7, but David, bishop takes knight on the board. I think it's also a human approach. You don't want to keep pinning yourself on the c file. You want to improve the position of your king, connect the two rooks. Another big question is, where is Magnus Carlsen's compensation? Did you see that? He's surprised.
He is surprised, Magnus, right now. And yeah, my original suggestion of rook to d8, maybe white just ignores it. Maybe white just gives the pawn back, moves his king forward, and white has a small advantage. I did realize, Tanya, rook c6, given a miss, maybe rook takes c4 was an idea, followed by rook to c8. But okay, now king e2. He's going to be tied up in knots, Denis Lazovic, but he's still a pawn up. Rook to c8 is a pin. What do you think's coming next? Magnus doesn't look too happy.
And I'm trying to understand that. Why is that the case? Because you've got this eternal pin, or at least what seems like an eternal pin along the c file. The bishop can't move. And Magnus plays e5. Is it d5 now? Because I don't believe you can take the e5 pawn. It's free, but it comes actually with a big price. That knight can reroute itself to d7 and land on a very key square on either e5 or give a check to a key defender of the c4 square via c5.
Yeah, taking this, kind of allowing your king to get checked in all sorts of directions as well. It looks terrifying. So Denis Lazovic, he won't know that this was actually a mistake from Magnus Carlsen. I'm not sure why it's a mistake, Tanya. Like you said, d5 closes the position. So white's actually a pawn up, but black's knights favor the locked up center there. Black's knight, I guess, can come around via e8, d6. That wasn't the move, apparently. But I wonder what was. That's really, really confusing, I think, for both players.
And David, I wanted to point this out. I think for white, the idea is simply to double up on the c file, and that rook on c2 is guarded by the king. And once that h1 rook lands on c1, and you unpin yourself. So Magnus just has one move to try to put pressure, but it's not clear how he's doing it. And once the pin is unraveled, white can start playing for more.
Definitely. Denis is playing for more. He's got 3.5 minutes. That's enough time if you remain a pawn up. I don't see it. Tanya, I think, I mean, Magnus doesn't see it. Did you see that on the camera? Just reacting. He's like, oh, I'm just a pawn down. What's going on? d7? That looks like a bit of an odd square. Superfluous knights, as they say, when the knights are treading in each other's path. They both want to use the same square. I thought the knight was actually going back to the more natural outpost on d6. Magnus in trouble.
That felt like the maneuver. I agree with you. Magnus Carlsen is in trouble in this endgame. If he was playing with the white pieces, we would say this is over. You're not making a comeback in this game. You're down a pawn. There's no attack on the c file. There's no pin to rely on, and he doesn't even go rook to c1. He now falls back with the bishop, offering a rook trade. Knight is going to jump in with a check, though. So there is a little bit of activity for black. Was bishop b3 an inaccuracy there?
Perhaps maybe he just needed to stay calm, just activate that that lazy rook in the corner on h1. What do you think is going through his mind right now, Denis Lazovic? I mean, first of all, he's got to react to the check, but do you think he's getting excited, Tanya? He must know he's got an advantage here.
Magnus Carlsen lives rent-free in his opponent's head. Denis Lazovic has to make sure he doesn't let Magnus get into his head. He needs to only think about his next move, David. He just needs to focus on that. Not think about the result, not think about the math situation, but just try to keep his chances alive. The moment he goes into the psychological battle with Magnus, that's bad news for Denis. So stay focused. Rook c2 is a threat. Rook c3 is a threat. How do you counter these two big options? And knight e6, quite a star move by Magnus.
Really clever. Magnus knows now he'll either get his rook in, maybe to capture the bishop on c2, or he'll establish a monster knight in the center of the board on a beautiful outpost on d4. So yeah, Denis facing a dilemma here. Bishop to d3 you could move, but allowing the black knight in feels a bit scary long term. Or you could remove the risk, but also maybe reduce your own winning chances if the black rook gets in. Like you say, Tanya, rook check as well coming to c3 soon to pick up the a3 pawn. So really difficult decisions, at least for Denis Lazovic. Even if objectively he has an advantage, it's far from easy to convert.
Super tough, and especially when you're touching the 1 minute mark right now. And the thing is, I don't really see a universe where he allows Magnus to post that knight on d4. That is not a knight anymore. That's an absolute stallion on the board, controlling so many squares, and the black rook still looking at penetrating along the c file. But if you trade on e6, I don't believe the a3 pawn will stay alive after the minor pieces are traded off. D takes e6, rook takes c2. The rook is not only threatening the c3 square, but also a slide over to the a2 square, picking up that a3 pawn. David, the more I look at this, the more I think that Denis a few moves ago should have included that final piece, that rook on h1 into the game. And I think that was his big opportunity.
Yeah, there we go. Magnus blitzing out the moves now. He actually takes that pawn first. Tanya, really clever, really instructive there. This f7 pawn is going nowhere, so Magnus will restore the material balance. There we go. It's 4 pawns against 4 pawns. Only white should be able to win because black's e-pawn is a weakness, but surely not enough. And more importantly, the white knight cannot get in. It can never step forward without being traded off with a dead drawn rook endgame. Tanya, predictions now. Do you think Magnus is safe enough? Do you think he's going to get the draw that he requires?
I think so, David. I think the answer to that is yes. Now that there's a material balance, the a pawn about to start rolling down the board, but watch out for a rook c6 check. It's important to keep that knight on b6 defended for just now, so you can't rush with it. But the simple fact is that black has a passer, while white still has to get work done to get g3, f4 in. If you're doing that, and he does it, he's going for the idea, trying to create a passer of his own, get f4 in time. If you can create a central passer, then I think we still have a game. But to answer your question, Magnus is holding this, especially with Denis under 3 seconds. What's going on with the clock? The clock's losing its mind as well.
The clock scaring us there. I think he did have enough time on his clock. He's now at 16 seconds. Making a decision though. Pawn to f4. He's going for it. I mean, I like to ask myself, what would Magnus do in an endgame? And I think Magnus might have started by pushing the h-pawn first. But this one is very direct. Big threat now to just simply capture on e5 and in some university capture on g7 as well. So asking questions, Denis Lazovic. I'm not going to rule him out yet, but 16 seconds against 5 minutes. I mean, you inadvertently mentioned the clock, Tanya, but that might be the key. How does Denis keep taking risks with no time? And Magnus has got so much time to calculate. Surely Magnus doesn't blunder with 5 minutes on his clock.
But it's still game on. We were talking about creating passes, and Denis has managed to do that in 2 moves. And again, the a-pawn needs to defend the b6 knight. So you're not in time getting a5. The knight from b6 can't jump to c4, the ideal square, because the rook on c7 guards against any threats of the pin along the second rank. David, it's a game for all 3 results, but the clock is the scary part for Denis. Completely agree on that. Giving a check, I think he's going to start pushing the pawns next.
Yep. Actually, the professional thing to do would be to check a couple of times and repeat, gain a few seconds on the clock, but Denis goes first, f5. Oh, but he's let the Black Knight get back in the game, back alive. If the Black Knight ever lands on an outpost, Black should be safe, but still some tricks. Magnus has to walk into a pin himself. Oh, this one is, yeah, still so tense. Denis is not out of it. He's been doing everything right apart from play quickly on the clock. Ooh, knight c4 though, a bit of a threat. Rook g8 coming. He's still creating threats, Tanya.
This is getting tricky, and a nice square for Black's knight. They're controlling that c4 check, so that means we've got a trade. If Black does pick up that knight on c4, do you even have time to pick up the pawn on h2 next?
You do, and rook endgames, they don't grant the most winning chances. It looks like Magnus temporarily a pawn up, but will lose his a7 pawn. It's just about whether he can force the draw now. I'm not sure how exactly. White still threatens ideas of rook a6 check. The e-pawn looks quite scary. Magnus needs to trade off another set of pawns. Somehow he needs to get this f5 pawn gone, but not easy to achieve. Central pawns are always the best pawns in rook endgames, Tanya. Still some chances.
And one of the big chances, a rook a6 check, and if the king would have moved to the center of the board, there are mating patterns that actually exist in that position. So Black's king has to fall back. Denis not getting greedy. That pawn on a7 isn't going anywhere. He's eyeing that e5 square for the king, trying to set up a kill zone on Magnus's king in the back rank.
Yeah, this is like watching Magnus Carlsen himself, the way Denis is playing this endgame, but it should still be a draw. Note how Magnus went with the rook to the side. He's going to check the white king from the side, or at least keep the white king honest. I think even without the h6 pawn, this position is a draw, but Magnus, he's found the drawing motif. Denis is going to try and go in with his king, but it's too slow. It doesn't work. Rook b4 again. Should just hold the white king in its place. There we go from Magnus. Tanya, queens are off. Magnus just knows where the pieces belong. It's the same old story.
Just amazing stuff. And we're saying that it's an easy hold for black only because Magnus is playing black. It's still such a complex endgame. You allow white's king with the activity, and now the e-pawn is about to move forward. Is rook f6 the way to go? Because, David, I would be terrified of allowing e5 on the board.
Rook f6, e5 can still be played, Tanya. Wait, e5? No, you can't take the pawn. King e6. What?
Magnus Carlsen, did he? Oh, there's still e6 there.
Oh my god. But why did the bar go crazy? Oh my god. Denis was winning for one move. I thought king e6 was checkmate as well, but both players missed it. Denis has no time. We will show that later to everyone, I promise, but now it's a dead drawn endgame. Now it's over.
What happened there? And I think it was not just Denis who missed it. Magnus missed it as well. And that's it. The king comes to f8. It's a king versus king. Magnus holds a tough endgame. Ends in a draw. What a fight by Denis Lazovic. He lost only one game, the first game. That could have ended in a draw. And Magnus doesn't look happy with the way the game has gone. He doesn't look happy with the way the match has gone. But he knows he still managed to get the job done. David, it wasn't easy for him.
It wasn't easy for Magnus. Ultimately, he was just able enough to pose enough problems to Denis Lazovic on board and clock to hold the draw, but he did it the hard way, Magnus. He was back against the wall, all-out defensive duty there, and Denis Lazovic close again. So impressive from the teenager, but not close enough. Magnus progresses.
Magnus Carlsen progresses, as does Vincent Keymer. Denis Lazovic, Jan Krzysztof Duda are down to the elimination bracket. It will be Denis versus Alireza tomorrow. He will face Alireza, but what a day of chess it has been. And David, I know there was this final moment, this final critical moment in a crazy rook pawn ending. You've got to take us through some of the big highlights from this game.
Yeah, actually Denis, although he was better throughout the game, he only had one winning shot throughout. It was 60 moves in the end, but here on move 54, he missed a winning opportunity. Magnus, first of all, should have moved his rook the other way. He should have aimed to check from the side. Checking the white king should still hold the draw, but Magnus actually made a mistake. He went to f6, and now the blunder. Rook takes f5. My heart was in my mouth here. I thought king e6 was simply winning, as Denis played. This was actually a mistake though. He attacks the rook, he threatens checkmate in one, but this allowed Magnus to save everything, to give his king some breathing space by playing g6, defending the rook and giving his king an escape square. If though Denis had more time on the clock, instead of 3 seconds left, he would surely have found the move king to d6 instead, threatening the same old check, but more importantly, not blocking his pawn. And now if black, for example, tries to move the rook, we would see the idea. It's a check first of all, and another check with the e-pawn, and the black king is simply forced away. You cannot step to f6 because you will be skewered. Instead, if you move to g6, then the white pawn simply steps forward and there's no way to prevent it. The promotion square is guarded. Black would lose his rook for this pawn. Magnus would then have been forced into an Armageddon. Denis Lazovic in this position, choosing the wrong square for his king, and ultimately Tanya, that's the fine margin at this top level between a win and a draw. And wow, heartbreaking stuff.
And that's the big spike we see on our eval bar. The one moment that Denis had, but such a difficult one to play out as well because king e6 was the hand move. But it was a moment, a big miss for Denis, which sees Magnus advance through to the winners final. It's gonna be Magnus versus Vincent. I'm thinking about their World Cup clash. It's not going to be easy. Vincent Keymer was the only player to beat Magnus Carlsen in that first game of the World Cup. Magnus eventually went on to not only win that match, but also win the entire event. It's going to be revenge on the mind of the players and a spectacular fight for us, David.
Yeah, spectacular. A lot to look forward to. Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keymer, some great players. But of course, we also have the losers quarterfinals and some world-class action on show. I'm still catching my breath. That endgame, I mean, that could have been so different, Tanya. We could have been here for another game. We could have been here for an Armageddon.
I would have loved to see it. I would have loved to see that match go down to the wire, and Denis was just so close. And what a fighting match he played. But in the end, it's the Magnus touch, the Magnus magic in the end games. There's more magic that AnyChess is bringing to us. There is a new way to play chess. It is spell chess mechanics. Modify the offensive, the defensive, and strategic dynamics of the game, adding layers to your gameplay that will change how you see chess entirely. Dive into spell chess puzzles and prepare for epic PvP battles with your friends. To try your hand at AnyChess today, use the command AnyChess in chat or head over to go.chess.com/AnyChess to play some magical chess. And it has been scintillating chess all of today in the elimination bracket as well as the winners bracket. And what a day of matches. We've got a big interview coming up with the world #1, with Magnus Carlsen. You're gonna love the break as well as we tell you more about AnyChess. Be sure to leave your questions while you watch AnyChess for Magnus Carlsen as he joins us right after this break.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
But she's not gonna move it because it's defended. Oh,
she did it! You predicted it, Levy!
I just said don't go there! We need a compilation. Chess.com social media crew, look through the PogChamps games.
Oh, baby! Let's
and
go!
Find how many times I called the move before it happened.
Okay, Levy, you asked for it. Here we go.
It's almost a
Dargus
stalemate.
knows what he's doing. He's gonna try to force it.
Andrea, there's a stalemate coming. Pawn here, take, king g4. He pushes and it's a stalemate. Oh my goodness.
Well, you clearly, I'm sure you taught Frank about stalemate. Oh.
No!
Okay, just don't push. I blame you for all of this. This is your manifestation.
Oh my goodness! Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, loses the bishop. And if that happens, I will be heartbroken because you could have just...
How's your heart, Abby? Is it feeling okay? Heart? How is it?
You can't even script this stuff, my man. Defend the bishop again! I just forgot!
Okay. Okay.
His position is hard to lose as long as it stays how it is.
Yeah, for sure. Unless he starts going totally crazy with something like pawn to g.
What is your ability today? You literally said that in real time.
Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of Chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on Chess.com.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Chess.com Classic, where we've just seen a hair-raising match between Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazovic. And Magnus, joining us now, how are you feeling after all of that?
I'm pretty tired. It was a lot of chess today and a lot of, nervy games, a lot of time trouble, but, I'm happy to have finished.
And as you mentioned, 9 Blitz games earlier today in the Grand Chess Tour. 4 really tense games here against Denis. How do you feel about the match here that Denis played?
Yeah, the first game was kind of similar to when I had against him in Toronto in the Champions Chess Tour final last year, where it was a fairly equal game, and then I got a slight advantage in the rook endgame, which I won. So, I mean, that's normal. Like in time trouble, you quite often win those. I think the second game, that was a great shame. That could have been, a rare attacking win of mine. And that could have, decided the match as well. And like, obviously, when I messed that one up, I had to work quite hard. But yeah, I mean, he's a strong player. He's not easy to beat. Also, in the last time, it was quite hard to beat him. So yeah, happy to get through.
And Magnus, do you have the time, the energy to look through the games between, like after you've played them? I saw you laughing on the camera. Was that just about having missed that missed the mate in the attacking masterpiece?
Yeah, the insane thing is that in order to be able to play rook f2 a couple of moves earlier, I have to see that there is queen b3 and then queen g5 check. So evidently the check had crossed my mind, but apparently not in that situation. Also because I believe that queen d4, which I had seen, would more or less win the game on the spot. When I realized that wasn't the case, as happened basically throughout the day today, once I got down on time, I just lost my mind completely. And it has to be said, like, he started to defend super well. I kinda, like, it's hard to get a read on him in that way. Like, he always gets down on time, and sometimes he collapses, and sometimes he just plays really well with little time. I mean, I guess he's young, so it's normal. But yeah, that was a bit frustrating.
Don't worry, I've missed mate in 2 countless times in my career. And I mean, the final game, it looks like he was getting close. Did you realize there was one opportunity for him at the very end there?
Yeah, I realized, like, right after I made, like, honestly, I was so tired at the end. I couldn't calculate, but I got this notion that rook f6 just draws, like I get g6 next, and so I played it without much thought. And of course, immediately as I'd made the move, I realized that that I just blundered the game away. And the worst part is that I could still have, like, gathered myself and fought with rook b6. I'm not quite sure if that's winning for white or not. For instance, like the typical pawn push with e6 doesn't work because I get the rook on the g file, and then it holds. But yeah, I mean, I just took the pawn in disgust, and then I was shocked to see king e6 instead of king d6, which just won on the spot. So, but again, he had very little time, so I wouldn't be too harsh on him.
And looking ahead, Magnus, tomorrow you play Vincent Keymer in the winners final, but also after a long day at the Grand Chess Tour. What are your thoughts on that match, and What are you going to do now to to prepare, be ready for the long day?
Yeah, I need to relax a little bit. It's been a long day. And the thing is, like, I started off so poorly in the blitz today that I ended up spending like so much nervous energy, which is why I just felt drained when we started today. Yesterday when we started to play, I felt completely fine, and also the match was not a problem, but today, like, I just felt drained from the get-go. So yeah, I need a miracle cure for tomorrow to be able to perform for sure.
I believe in you. Still some fuel left in that tank, Magnus, but we'll let you go in a moment. If we can just ask you maybe 2 quick questions from our chat today. Hearty Heartfelt asks what you think Denis Lazovic needs to work on to make that next step.
I think he needs more experience. I mean, he's a very good positional player. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to give him too much advice. Like, he's doing very well. So I don't think he's what, like 17, 18. Like, he's on a good path. So I don't want to say he has to do this and that, because clearly he's doing a lot right.
And final question, what's the best takeaway food place in Warsaw?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really had any takeaway foods the last days. Like, I've actually had time to eat after the games, before the rapid games, before the tour games. So I don't know. I went to a kebab place last year after I won the tournament. I realized that for some reason there are like loads of kebab places in Warsaw, and yeah, it was alright. It was not a bad celebration, but I'm probably not gonna write the food guide on Warsaw anytime soon, but I enjoy it here.
Magnus, many congratulations today on defeating Denis Lazovic and progressing. Go get some rest. Best of luck tomorrow in both events.
Thank you.
And there we had Magnus Carlsen.
That was such a great interview by you, David. Really nice insights there by Magnus, not only about chess, but where to go eat in Warsaw. But right now, he's bringing in all the insights into chess with the action that we're seeing. A big win against Denis Lazovic, and as he said it himself, it wasn't easy. Denis seems to be doing a lot of right things in his career, and it was a scoreline of 2.5 to 1.5. But David, Denis really held his own today against the world number one.
You really did. You can kind of sense the respect that Magnus had for him in that post-match interview. Ultimately, Denis was one move away from forcing an Armageddon, and you can't ask for more than that. He had his chances, and like Magnus said, he's doing all the right things. He'll be back, and opportunity already tomorrow, Tanya, where we see Denis again, this time in the losers bracket.
It's going to be spicy matches with a lot on the line. We will bring up our bracket going into the winners final with Magnus Carlsen taking on Vincent Keymer. But before that, we will have the high stakes losers quarterfinals. Denis Lazovic against Alireza Firouzja. It is Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. David, quick predictions from you. Who makes it through to the losers semifinals?
Oh, this one is tough. I'm going to stick my neck out and say Jan Nepomniachtchi after his classy display today, and Alireza Firouzja because he's been there, he's done it before, but it's not going to be easy. Of course, Duda and Lazovic, classy players in their own right.
On paper, Alireza Firouzja, a big favorite against Denis Lazovic, but Denis has shown what he's capable of against the very best in the world. It's not going to be easy, and we know papers, numbers, all of this stuff doesn't matter. No result is foregone. It's going to be a big fight. And then Yan versus Duda, also so difficult to call that one. It's going to be fire on the board, and it's not just been fire in Division 1. We've also had so much action in Division 2 as well, with some of the big names in the chess world fighting it out, and so much on the line for these players. They're fighting for the big bucks, they're fighting for the tour points, and the winner of Division 2 gets a direct spot into Division 1 of the next Champions Chess Tour event. And take a look at that. Today, Levon Aronian won his match 2.5 to half in 3 games and advances through into the semi-finals. Will be facing Oparin. That's going to be a fantastic fight. David, Oparin is such a speed chess, online chess specialist.
That's right, Oparin, he's a great player. He's got a great opening repertoire. Of course, these days famous as a coach in second as well. And that will be a lot of fun to watch. Levon Aronian, Daniel Dubov, Vachier-Lagrave, household names. This would be worthy of a Division 1 clash, of course. I mean, it's literally a who's who of the chess world, Tanya. Look at those names there, even in the losers bracket. So many strong grandmasters.
So many strong grandmasters, and you mentioned Oparin, famous as a coach. Well, you know the one guy he's been coaching second to, Fabiano Caruana. He was there in the candidates with him, and Fabi is there down fighting it out in the losers bracket as well. He'll be playing against Asipienko. We've got Martinez against Vidit, so the big Indian hope there. Jacobian will play against Savian, and its scholars taking on Wesley. So crazy matches. We've got some of the biggest names in chess fighting it out, all in elimination bracket. Hey, what kind of reality are we living in when we've got players like that playing in the losers bracket of Division 2? What on earth is going on?
Tanya, back when I was growing up in the chess world, rising through the ranks, world champions, they would play 4, maybe 5 tournaments a year. Here we see the world number 1 playing 2 tournaments in the same day. And the players, they just have this unquenchable thirst for chess. It's really nice to see. And we're treated. The more games, the better, in my view.
We really are treated. We have the candidates and players playing in Title Tuesday simultaneously. And here we've got them fighting it out in the 2 biggest tours. We've got them playing in Poland as well as in the Champions Chess Tour that happens right after. What a day of matches this has been. So exciting in our elimination bracket, as well as the big matchup that we had between Magnus and Denis. 2 players today had been sent home. Velimir Ivic, Alexei Sarana. It was the end of the road for them. But the chess continues. Tomorrow, David and I are on the call for the big matchups for the losers quarterfinal and the big winners final. Thank you everyone for watching the Chess.com Classic. We'll see you tomorrow.